And welcome back to Icewindale. Last session was a bit of a tough one. The party awoke a frost giant skeleton, and as they tried to retreat up the icy tunnel, though they were keeping it at bay and slowing it down, they didn't account for its freezing glare that, when its eyes, cold blue eyes, locked with Barritomus, his blood turned to ice. Every vein in his body froze, and he was stuck like that, like an icy statue in the middle of the tunnel. You hobbled the creature, blasted its bones to pieces, and as you quickly broke line of sight, the creature seemed to turn around and begin making its way back, but you were having none of it. 607 jumped down, fired a few more spells to try and finish it, but a well-placed arrow finally shattered its skull and crumbled to pieces. And wasn't long after that you heard the sounds of a old granny sort of singing. This was indeed the cave that belonged to the hag known as Maud Chiselbone. And she realized what had happened and decided to strike a bargain with the party, offering Barry's life for the life of two recently orphaned children. They are the Kelsons, who apparently have had a bit of a tragedy happen on their farm just east of Goodmead. The party said no to this, so she tried to sweeten the deal even further by offering the location and retrieval of the sunken treasure of Lac Dinnershire. Apparently, it amounts to hundreds of gold. The party still turned this down and decided to leave in a hospitable fashion along with their fallen comrade, Toma. Now, you've reached back to East Haven, given news of the dead fisherman to one Imdra Arlagath, and she has rewarded you and even compensated you for your loss by giving you both the Scroll of Fireball, which is now in 607's possession, and the... Is that right? Have you got it, Julian?
I do have it.
Cool. And the white bag of tricks, which is a unique item to Icewindale, with small summoning fuzzy objects. So, with that, you began to make plans. Perhaps the Church of Hades could, in some way, bring back Barry. It's a small hope, but it's all you've got really at the moment. First things first, though, you had planned to save these children. So, I'll say that you probably are you already on the way? You've already left East Haven? Unless there's something else you wanted to do there?
I think that's where we left off, because I don't remember us having anything left to do, at least personally, unless Julian, you 607, you had anything you need to do before we leave?
I spoke with Chris before the session about a couple things, and then there's other things we'll do during the trip.
All right, then.
Okay, so we'll say that you are departed from East Haven with Axbeak and Bits in tow, and you're back on the east way, but heading west.
Yep. Yeah. We wanted to go to, I think we said it was about like here-ish on the map, right? Somewhere.
That's right.
Yeah, just near Goodmead.
Yeah.
You'll probably follow the road, at least for the most part, because it'll be faster, and then we can come off the road once we get closer.
Yeah. Or at least safer to maintain on the road, because it's well for a car.
Yeah, well, we left the road twice and ran into barbarians and goblins with giant polar bears, so stay on the road.
And the blizzard has since ended as well. I think you waited that out, and it is now just heavy snow, so
which obscures vision.
Right, but most of you now have snow goggles.
Yeah.
I'll put the dancing lights up just to give us a bit of light as we're on the road.
Okay. All
Are
right.
we able to tell where the road is by the texture of what we're walking on? Like, is it paved? Is it gravel? Is it just not deep snow? Something that we can tell with our feet?
It is just deep snow. Sometimes when there may have been a caravan come through, it becomes more packed and trodden, but there is no cobblestones or anything carved out. It's always continually covered in snow. However, the Eastway has what I would say like two big banks of snow on either side of it. So you can see that there is a path kind of almost plowed out. But the heavy snow keeps filling that up continuously. And that's actually where you rolled the stone up and down when you were you did that competition against the Goliaths. So
okay, I'm just trying to see if there's another way of telling where we are.
Well, it's probably like packed snow on a path so that we can actually walk on it easier than just being loose, dense snow.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you pack it down and there's a path and it's much easier to walk on, it's probably something to do with that.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool, just checking.
So as you're heading there, anything that the party wishes to talk about?
Are we walking through like a forest or?
No, you're in the tundra.
A tundra? Okay.
Yes.
All right, just checking.
Okay, no worries.
Drop it. What do you have? Fred. If anybody up ahead of me can see what Bits has in her mouth, if it's bad, take it out.
Bits, what have you got?
Bits is holding a. Well, let's find out. Can't believe I'm doing this. Bits has found a jar of some unidentifiable sweet sticky substance.
Oh, she's gotten into the candy you bought.
I mean, it's a jar, so probably not good. Bits, hand that over.
Drop it.
See, her nose is like covered in it. So, or she's been like sticking it in the jar.
Oh no.
I will attempt to take the jar off of Bits.
Okay, yeah, you take it off. Somehow the lid popped off.
And
does it look like she's dying? Did she poison herself?
No, it looks like some sort of preserved
like molasses
jam
or something.
Maybe molasses, yeah, or like a honey of some sort.
I will put the lid back on, and then, considering it's probably the only thing I've got that's... Would a torch be safe to use as a stick for fetch?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw a torch for Bits to...
Nice.
Thank you.
Probably better for them. That's a bit safe of them to put their teeth around, I guess.
It might be similar to like a maple syrup that's just tapped straight from the tree.
Well, we'll find out tonight.
I mean, can I do some kind of check to see if I can identify it by like the taste, see what it's a preserve of?
Sure. Guess it would be like a sort of an intelligence nature check.
Yes, I'm very good at nature. Oh,
that's not bad.
It's like a sweet, sticky substance, so it has the kind of consistency of like honey, but it's not the same color as honey. So maybe it's had some like flavorings added to it, and it's kind of made it turn red, kind of looking like jam, but jam would have gone off probably. But the fact that it's been in a jar for so long, honey lasts forever. So
it
must have been.
Yeah, I'll put it on my list as a jar containing a red honey-like substance.
Yeah. It's possible that this was before the winters, the Endless Ones, when Goodmead had an actual flowing distillery.
Because Fitz is going to be drunk.
It might have some alcohol, yeah, you never know.
I mean, it was probably used to line the barrels to give the mead or something a sweet flavour.
Wait,
I know they
the
do that for like whiskey and things.
And the giant that stole all the meat, I wonder if this is one of the jars.
Could be. Could be.
Are there any more around here?
Looking around, everything's just a white blanket of snow.
Okay.
Well, keep our eyes open, I guess. I mean, it could be kind of useful. I mean, if it's free food that's lying about there, it could also mean maybe when one of the caravans has been through here, like that auger. Maybe they dropped it on their way out, perhaps. Because didn't they say they were heading to Goodmead after East Haven, if I remember rightly, or were they heading up to the Kyle?
I don't know.
You
I honestly
actually don't know.
remember.
Because I remember us discussing their route and that they did like a circuit, but I can't remember what the circuit was. And that's how we sort of established it might be something to do with them because of the timings matched up.
You actually don't know Torg's route, but you consider them coming from Targos to Bryn Shander to East Haven. It's likely they're going to visit one of the two, right? Going around in a circuit sort of style. But it could be one of the two, like either Caer Denival or Goodmead, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I mean, there's potential we might bump into them there, which means we could, who knows, we might be able to get some cheap goods off them, or maybe get some information. Though, if this giant is what I think the rumor was something like a 9-foot tall giant, it's quite short.
Yeah, that's something that doesn't quite add up, does it?
It sounds more like
maybe it's
Goliath.
a troll, not a giant.
Troll's possibility, or one of like the.
Maybe it's the Yeti that we were told about.
Could be. They're pretty big.
You've seen a giant now, so you know how high they are.
Yeah.
Sorry, not a barbarian, a Goliath. One of the Goliaths?
Do they get to 9 feet? Well, you said, guys, you said your clan leader was a Goliath, right? How tall is he?
Well, I'm wondering if he has Goliath blood in him, because he seems to be able to handle the cold, even in like with barely anything on, compared to like what we're having to deal with.
Is he 9 feet tall or no?
No, he's not that tall.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's
maybe not a Goliath then, but maybe half giant.
Half giant's possible. I mean, or it could be maybe they're just trying to make the rumors seem more substantial than it is, and it was actually just like someone who was like 7 foot tall.
Oh yeah, maybe it's just a gnome, and then sort of the story grows every time.
It's possible. It's possible. But we can perhaps find out more if we do a brief stop in Goodmead before heading on to Bryn Shander to see if the temple will take these kids.
Well, we've got to get the kids first.
Yeah, so. I know. I'm just planning out a route in my head for future planning. You'd probably avoid Targos. So if we could get them into Targos, they're probably safe.
We're confident that we don't want to take the hag up on her deal to bring Barry back.
It's
for that gold.
I mean,
it would help us out a lot. We get our compadre back, and we'd get hundreds of gold, something else maybe in that treasure. We're sure.
I don't like the idea of handing children over, and I also don't like the idea of separating children, because
I'm not talking about separating them. I don't want to separate them.
Well, she haggled or tried to haggle us down to just one child, so we would need to hand over both. It was the point. But
yeah.
Either way, I'm not very comfortable with the idea of handing over children. They should have a chance to decide their own fate and grow up in as much safety as you can around here. Considering she was eating.
She was eating. Yeah, she was eating the people who the sailors. She doesn't want to take these kids to eat them. She wants to
No, but that's the
to
only
raise
food
them.
she gets. So what are they going to be eating?
I don't know. There was that dire wolf. They could have had that.
I'll also point out there's a massive cauldron of dew that bubbled and rose again.
True.
Yeah, the stew that the human meat was in, though, wasn't it?
Well, from what she said, she put human meat in it for flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't see
And
her
who among
keeping
us
two
hasn't done
pots,
that?
one a non-cannibal pot and one a
Yeah.
I mean, meat pot, just for the sake of the children.
I mean, it might be possible if we can get to Brynshanda that there's a caravan heading down out of the Dales. That might be the best choice for them.
Yeah, because if we don't take them to the hag, who do we drop them off with? Any one of the other starving families up here?
Well, my initial thought was the. Well, I'm not sure about Goodmead, as they seem to have refused to help these children, at least based on what the hag said, though how much truth that is. But
was it Cargos didn't even let us in?
Yes.
And East Haven's full of thieves, and Brynshanda is sending people off to die. So where's safer for them?
Well,
we send them with the first caravan going south.
If not that, then any of the towns that isn't Bremen, Targos, Brynshanda, or Easthaven. I mean, once...
So Goodmead, or one of the towns we haven't been to that could be much worse.
Let me reframe the question. If the children are not still alive, given the blizzards we've had in the last couple of days, are we willing to hand the bodies over to the hag in exchange for the money we would need
Interesting question.
to revive Barritomus? And if they're alive, I totally agree that they have the right to live in as much safety as possible. But if they're not alive and their souls have gone on, I would be willing to trade their bodies to the hag.
I don't know how much use they would be, but in that case, I would still not be okay with it. The dead deserve more respect than that. Be handed over to be put in a stew pot for someone.
They do. Right. But I guess what I'm questioning is, I know that they always say the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one. But in this case, if trading 2 dead bodies to the hag could bring somebody back to life, I'm wondering if that's the bigger moral imperative.
But what if Barry doesn't want? What if Barry isn't happy with that choice? Have you considered that? Like
Barry made deals with entities before. We know.
Yes, but we don't know what those deals were, and we also don't know if he would agree to hand over the corpses of children or the living of children to a hag for who knows what. And if we bring him back and that wasn't what he would have wanted, then what have we done that's good?
True, he didn't seem very pleased with the deal he made. He was always complaining about it.
Exactly.
And maybe he gave up somebody he loved.
For all we know, I mean...
Or his own child or something like that.
Yeah.
Did he have kids? Did anybody learn anything about him?
No, just that...
Never,
he has a wife.
I don't think he does have a wife somewhere.
Yes. He mentioned her.
Yes.
Do we know what her name is?
Nope. I don't think so.
All we know is that he
was very close-mouthed. He didn't talk a lot.
Well, I don't think I ever spoke to him individually.
Though.
Wait, really?
I have as a player, I have in my notes, wife not close to him.
I never once spoke to him directly, just on one-on-one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like Legolas and Frodo.
I don't think be honest,
Exactly.
I don't think
you have my fireball.
I don't think any of us have been that open about ourselves, our past, or families, really. I mean, except perhaps yourself, Ashanti. I mean, we've heard a little bit about Hulla from, her being rescued
I've had
and taken in.
I've had some one-on-one conversations with people, so it's not out in the open, but maybe not as in depth with you, but
yes, but
I know a
that's
little bit
sort of
about
my
Ashanti. I know a little bit about Hulla.
yes, but
Maybe
I
not their
think
entire
that's sort
life
of the
story,
point.
but I know
We
something.
don't
It has only been a
know.
week that we've known each other.
True,
So.
exactly. That's kind of my point. Like with this, it's hard to know what the right decision is. I personally would not wish to hand over bodies of any kind, and I would also rather not deal with any entity that, such as a hag, or to be honest, if I didn't have a choice, I'd rather not deal with magic full stop, but I know that's not an option.
Well,
The idea
if
of
you don't want to deal with magic full stop, that's me out. That's Barry out. That's Hulla out.
I know.
You and
Like I
Ashanti
said,
can go on your merry way.
there isn't. I have my reasons for needing to deal with magic, and I will. And perhaps
And those reasons are?
It's a way to survive for the time being. I don't think normal methods are going to be enough to keep anyone alive in the Dales for that much longer. And when it comes to some of these dangers, it's a difficulty, though, to be honest, my distrust and dislike of magic is more a cultural thing. My tribe had never really been the type to want to deal with magic or really even gods or religion, but I grown to see, at least on this journey, that it does have its uses. But I still think there should be some limits on what it is used for.
I mean, our magic combined has kept you alive.
Exactly. And my arrows have helped keep you alive. But it's... I mean, it is a difficulty.
Speaking of which, I need a frost check from everyone. Relatively easy though. Heavy snow, DC 15.
Ashanti, you have the +2 for prestidigitation.
In that case, Ashanti just has to roll above a 3 at that.
No!
Oh god.
No, dice!
What is that? Guys. The fact that this is being brought up, the certain thing that you need magic for. It's
dice. Even if I had resistance and prestidigitation,
I'm afraid that is a level of exhaustion.
Yeah, I'm used to them at this point.
Oh god, you're 3. God, bro.
It's not the highest I've had. I
Else,
was at 4 at one point.
Everyone else looking good. And maybe it isn't even the cold. Maybe it's the stress of knowing what is yet to come, and if you should fail to find something magical enough to deal with that problem. And perhaps that is what weighs in your mind, and you end up having that cold chill creep up on your neck. The travel, other than this talk, goes pretty uneventfully, and it only takes a couple of hours, as I mentioned, to actually get to Goodmead, even less if you're heading to the Kelson farm. And as you're actually approaching down along the eastway, you can see dotted around there are several settlements that have been long abandoned out here, so far from the safe shelter and huddled warmth of the 10 towns, it seems these settlements have just all but been abandoned. But as you're
Well,
going...
the good news is if we need to retreat because of a blizzard, we've got buildings around us that we could possibly shelter in, or at least,
Yeah.
set up a tent and have a windbreak. So this is actually really good news. I'm sorry for the people that left here. I hope everybody's got somewhere safe.
Left or starved? Hard to know without further investigation. But there is a small little offshoot. It looks like a river that's formed from the Lake of the Redwaters. And you can see its frozen trail seems to lead up a path. And there is a signpost hammered into the ground, almost completely covered with snow. And where a signpost would normally stick up and out of the ground, it's almost like it's a plaque at the bottom of the ground, but it's probably just got several feet of snow burying it. But it's clearly a signpost for whatever this farm is on the horizon. You can see several buildings and a plot of land. You can see there once were crops, but now it's just the sticks of where they would have once held up, like vegetable patches and such. There's just like what looks to be wild ferns have overtaken the farm as well, and they're all frost covered as well. What do you guys do?
Did you say that the sign? What does the sign say, or is it just
Covered in snow. If you want, you can just brush away
I
the
want to
snow.
go over and brush over it to see if we're at the right farm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure enough. As you're brushing away the snow, you can see that it does say the Kelson Farm.
All right.
Right. Well, if I was a child without parents near my house, I think I would probably stay close to home and hope.
Yeah. Hide under the bed.
Protection. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm gonna loosen my weapons in their sheaths and maybe pull my halberd off my back and take a couple of swings just to loosen up.
Maybe we should give that new bag of ours a try.
I mean, if you want me to give it a shot, I can see what we get.
And see what we get. They're supposed to be friendly to us, right? So you can.
Yeah, we might get something that might help us with the kids.
Yeah.
So I shall pull out a piece of fluff from the bag and throw it.
Alternatively, I can cast Fireball on them. So.
What did you get?
Direwolf.
Direwolf.
Oh shit! That's gonna be helpful.
Geist is happy.
Than a nice little, rabbit that I was hoping for.
Okay.
Almost perfect for you.
A direwolf appeared out in the middle of nowhere. Bits is not happy.
So this fuzzy ball lands on the ground and just immediately erupts into this large creature, much bigger, less emaciated than the one you discovered in the cave. And instead of having its hackles raised and snarling teeth, it instead just looks towards you, Geist, with a loyal, kind of almost look in its eye, and sort of sits down and awaits your command. It almost instinctively knows.
This is actually good. The kids can ride the direwolf.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. And if it's friendly.
It's friendly to us. It just needs to be not attacking the kids, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, kids like dogs. It's just a big dog.
Yeah.
Right?
Just have it. Just make sure it knows that it's supposed to be acting friendly. It's not not growling or anything like that.
I tell it not. I instruct it not to attack anyone unless it's on my command, and especially if it's children. But
and to act friendly.
And to act friendly. Act like a big dog.
Okay, it immediately sort of cocks its head to one side and ear kind of goes floppy, and then it lets out its long tongue and just begins panting It probably sees Bits and like goes over and friendly like manner begins to like sniff Bits' butt as dogs do. So
Yep. That's a good wolf. Now, if see if you can find the scent of the children. Lead us to them. I guess find the scent of humans other than me.
all right. In that case, then.
And I will follow along with wolf, of course.
You see that this little trail climbs for a while, past the rock and ice and snowdrift, and then it opens into a little dale, sheltered from the wind. And there below you see is a farmhouse in good repair, but standing open and empty. You can actually see from here the front door is ajar, and there are snow piles drifting in. There are small fields on either side, also blanketed in fresh snow. And the direwolf is sniffing around in the air and also close to the ground as well. Almost as if it's tracked something immediately. And it looks off.
This map looks really cool and be a really nice place to live in the summertime.
It would. There's a little fishing boat next to that river I mentioned that probably connects to Red Waters.
It's a sweet setup.
Yeah, it would be quite nice actually. Yeah, and you're sort of in the middle of nowhere enough that you don't have to deal with other people too much. I'm gonna follow. And
then into town if you need stuff. Yeah. Anyway, back to game. Sorry.
That's okay. Just as you're admiring the farm, is when the direwolf suddenly lets out a low growl, and looks off into the direction of the nearby forest, like the surrounding little dotted trees here. And it seems to have stopped instinctively right here.
Geist is going to try to take a look into the woods in the direction the wolf looking and see if he can see what it sees.
Make a perception check. Not sure exactly what the direwolf has smelt or is looking at. Almost it's like too thick in there, and if something was in there, it might even be just completely camouflaged. You might be staring right at it and not know. But the direwolf is also sniffing the ground repeatedly and then looking back up.
I'd like to walk over and see if I see anything.
Yeah, Ashanti, on the ground there are tracks. Recent, especially in this heavy snow, you would know how fresh they are.
Are they
possibly with the
tracks?
No.
No. Okay.
They're massive, almost as big as the direwolf. And if you hadn't seen this is your direwolf, you would guess that someone else had come through here with their own. You can roll a survival check if you wish to determine what these belong to.
Give it a go as well. Nope. The dice are not with me.
Sean? No, it doesn't seem so. The exhaustion hampering you. Ashanti, however, 15, you look at the tracks more carefully, and although they resemble a direwolf, they're actually more feline than they are canine. You can tell because some of the paw prints have their claws retracted, and others, you see, don't. And so, this must belong to an incredibly large cat of some description. Maybe a saber-toothed tiger, maybe a snow leopard, maybe even a crag cat.
Okay, guys, we have a large cat, and these are, from the stories I've heard, are amazing hunters. And if this one got the children, they don't have long to live. So I don't know if y'all want to search the farm or if you want to go after the cat and make sure it doesn't have anything. I can't tell if it's dragging anything.
I feel like even a large cat dragging a child it would show in the prints. I think we check out the farmhouse first and see if the kids are even there.
Yeah. Are there any tracks on the other side of the bridge?
Yeah, as Ashanti's pointing them out, they become more and more obvious. The tracks are all around. They've crossed the bridge. They have encircled all around. You'd need to get closer, but you can see that they seem to be forming like a perimeter, like circling around the house. Almost as if whatever was doing these circles is actually instead just prowling and getting closer and closer towards the house. But upon your arrival, doesn't seem like there's any sign of whatever made them.
Are
Okay.
there any
Alright.
other prints mixed in with those prints?
No. You can see them, they actually, one pair leads up to the door, 607. And it's probably when you get to about here, very obviously, you can see blood smear in the snow.
Oh.
Right at the front door.
Oh.
Okay.
Well,
We can take a quick sweep of the house. If it
let's
got
take
one
a
of
look
the
at the
children,
house. We might be too late. We might. Well, we'll see.
If we're too late, we at least know where to go.
Yeah.
right?
But yeah, so Hulla's gonna go up to
Is
the door.
I'm gonna send my dancing lights into the house if I can see any space to light things up and see if there's anything that we can see from the
course.
outside at least.
Okay, I'm gonna stand guard outside in
Copy.
case that whatever that is comes back. I assume Bits is with me, but I don't know if the dire wolf is gonna stay outside or if he's gonna go in the house.
I'll leave the
I would say
direwolf outside because I
Okay.
can't see it fitting inside personally.
maybe leave
Okay.
it as a guard, and then
Yeah.
Ashanti,
But-
Ashanti and Geist can go in and take a look.
No,
Yeah.
I think the big barbarian should stay outside while y'all look for a child.
Yeah.
I was mostly thinking that
should
if
I?
this creature is
Should I?
if this creature's inside, then Geist for a potentially more familiar face, and Barbarian for protection. Hulla and I can wait outside with the direwolf in case something happens, and you can call us if needed. We can run in to help.
I guess. Okay, that
But
makes sense. They might be scared
think
of orcs.
if we come in with a lot of us, it might scare. If the kids are still alive, it might scare them.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
if you would like, as you're casting the dancing lights in and around the entrance, those looking at it, trying to determine what happened here, can roll like an investigation check.
Okay.
Oh. 15. Hulla and Ashanti. Okay, so you're keeping your distance 607 and concentrating on the spell.
I'm staying back. I'm focusing on the lights mostly.
Yeah. Whereas it looks like Hulla is able to get a bit closer and realize the blood smear, it actually starts at the front door. You're looking in and the light illuminates the interior. There are snowdrifts that have built up around the entrance. You can see over the top of them just barely as you're close enough, and the inside has been lightly dusted with snow, but there doesn't seem to be any bloody stains or smears on the interior. It seems to start right here, and where it's been dragged, you can see again the paw prints have dragged it kind of around the side of the house, and it leads off past this farm and into the nearby tree line. And so yeah, whatever got this person, you assume is a person, it looks like red human blood, must have attacked them right here, or it's hard to know. And also, there's a bit of a smell in the air, Hulla. It's like rotten flesh, but almost like really old rotten flesh, like heavily decayed. And you're not sure exactly how long ago this farm was attacked, but this blood smear looks fresh, whereas the smell that accompanies it doesn't seem fresh. And that's where you're smelling it, right there, where this blood smear kind of starts.
That's weird. You see
And
that?
Kneeling down even closer, you can see like flecks of like grey, decayed flesh, like withered. It looks dry on like where the dragging is and began.
So there's decayed flesh, flecks of decayed flesh at the same place where there's fresh blood. That doesn't make any sense, guys. Do you recognize what this flesh might be? Like, is it some kind of, I don't know? Are there undead?
I can try and see if I recognize what that. Does this ring any bells?
Thinking, like, maybe there's an undead creature that might be that the cat might have
Religion.
caught.
Yeah, you can roll a religion check.
That's the one I do well on.
Yeah,
Can I guide into that?
Yeah, you can actually.
Just
That
for
would make a difference.
Little boost.
17. Okay, guys, you have heard of undead being, risen from the grave and having flesh, but the fact that there was blood indicates that maybe this wasn't an undead to begin with, but rather had blood, lost a lot of it, and then withered.
Got made into an
Now,
undead?
In the process of becoming undead? That seems...
If it was also undead, you would see tracks, like perhaps a thing walking around. But you have heard of certain magic that can wither the flesh instantly.
Oh.
In fact, you
like
have
inflict wounds and stuff.
Exactly. But the level of which this has happened, you got 17. The level of which this occurred must have been incredibly powerful to be able to decay an entire body. You're not sure on the exact state of it. You would need to see the body itself, but you've heard of spells that can do it. Necrotic, rotting spells.
It's like some form of magic has just rotted away the entire body, which is powerful. I'm going to go check around inside. It's possible maybe only one of the children got taken, if one got taken, or maybe it's something
unless the
else.
children are the ones that did this.
Yeah. I'll go have a look around. I'm going to go stealthily.
Give me a stealth check.
Or stealthily as the dice will allow me. Or not stealthily at all, because dice.
You trip over the snowbanks as you're trying to clamber up and in. It's like you're having to climb a hill to get up to the top of the door, hit your head on the door frame, roll in onto the other side, and knock over a couple of pots and pans as well. There's such a racket in here that you probably could wake the dead with that. But
guys, it's just like...
Are you okay?
I'm fine. These doorways are clearly not designed for someone of a decent height.
Just to be safe, you should probably call out that we're friendly in case the kids are still alive.
Hello,
we still don't have
children?
confirmation of anything.
Yeah.
Ashanti, do you want to come over the bridge?
I'm sorry?
I said, you're hanging out on the other side of the bridge there.
Oh, no, not intentionally.
Okay. Whereabouts are you? Next to 6 or 7?
I'm pacing around the house. I will go, like I said, because I'm worried about something coming up on us.
Right.
So I will simply be walking around with Bits following me.
Okay, if you're pacing around the house, your 15 from earlier does confirm again that these tracks have encircled the house and more recently got a lot close enough to bravely get up to the door and drag whatever was at the front of it. And it's likely if this blood smear goes off into the woods, that's the last location that they would have been, kind of in the northeast.
Mm-hmm.
It's also possible that they could be coming back if they knew there was something else around, but it's unusual. Like, obviously, wildebeest and animals don't usually get this close to a farm, but if they notice a sign of abandonment or the smell of blood, that's probably what attracted them.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. And I think I'm just gonna keep circling, just while Geist is inside looking for the children. Also, I'm gonna uh, look to see if it looks like there's a grain silo and
Yeah.
a second house. So it maybe it was an animal sheltering in there. This was a farm, like a goat or something, and they got the goat. And we've got the other buildings over here we can go explore once Geist has checked out that first building.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so Geist.
Yeah.
The interior. There is a sense that someone has lived in here recently. With the discovery of these pots and pans, you can actually see there is bits of food, like crumbs and remains of it at the bottom of the pots, but they haven't been cleaned. So someone's been eating out of them. You don't see any tracks of large animals in here, though. It's just the kind of freshly dusted snow, as I mentioned. The room has little of interest, but there are a few children's toys. Not many. Cookware, cleaning supplies, clothes, all the things needed by a family of like modest means.
Yeah.
And it's as you kind of like walked in and spilled inside, is when you can roll me a perception check, actually, because your disturbing entrance. No, okay. It seems like you made such a racket, it might have drowned out whatever you may have heard. But you get to your feet and you're dusting yourself off, and you're just walking around the room. There is. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's 2 doors in here that lead off to other rooms, and there's a fireplace, and there's like a wood bin next to that fireplace with various cooking equipment hanging above it. A large table dominating the room, surrounded by 4 chairs. And there's the stuffed head of a many-antlered moose residing over all. But yeah, door to your right, and a door on the far wall.
So Geist is gonna call out just because he obviously can't be sneaky at this point. Hey there, if I heard there are meant to be kids here. We're just coming to check that you're okay and get you somewhere safe. Looks like there's some big cat or something out here causing harm. Don't mean you any harm. Here with my friends to help. And then I will just
roll a persuasion check just as you shout that.
Ah, yes. The other cat.
Okay, noted.
Not terrible.
Can I guidance that, actually, just in case we can get it up to 11?
You need to get like closer up to the front of the house with Geist. Yeah,
Okay.
you could.
Let's try.
It's a 10.
I promise you. I promise we don't mean you any harm. We were sent by the towns to come and find you.
Okay.
We thought you might be in trouble.
So as you join in with trying to coax perhaps someone out of their hiding place, you do hear just a slight whimper. You're not sure exactly where it came from, but it sounded like it was inside the house for sure.
Geist is going to head over to the nearest door and open it slowly, or try to open it slowly so he doesn't,
Okay.
get
As you go to the right
if the kid
door,
reacts.
you creak it open, and it opens into a cold and empty family bedroom where clearly 4 people used to sleep. And you can roll me an investigation check as you look around. Okay, well, you find there is a small jewelry box that has 3 pieces of silver jewelry, probably worth quite a bit of money, and they're wrapped in a woman's small clothes as well, like in the drawer basically. So you like open up the drawer, find the jewelry box in there. As you're looking around, you're very thorough, opening up cupboards, checking under the beds. Don't seem to locate any sign of children in here.
I'll take the jewelry.
But I will say this, for a nat 20 though, I'll give you this though. As you're looking around, you glance out the window, and just barely you catch the sight of something moving in the tree line. It is as white as snow, perfectly camouflaged. But as quickly as you spot it, it's almost as quickly as it lowers itself down to the ground and almost blends completely in with it.
Yeah. Geist pockets the jewelry box. Considering this is the family bedroom and considering the adults are dead, so they have no use for them, is there any like warm winter clothing, like additional, that we take as, could be helpful?
It seems whoever's
let's sorry.
You find this
looting
normal
thing
clothes
before we even find
I was
anybody.
thinking,
I mean, that's a little...
well, we know the adults are dead.
Well, yeah, but
And yeah, but the point is we could, sell these clothes for gold for the children. So they've got it.
Probably should at least take the silver so that we think we can fund their way south.
Exactly. But Hulla, just as I was glancing out the window, there's definitely still something in.
Come to think of it, this is the main. This should be the main house. This is the grain silo. It doesn't make much of a difference, but yeah, this is because I just realized there's the chimney. That's where the fireplace is.
Yeah.
So that's just like around. But yeah,
I was in front of the right building all the time.
Yeah, but Geist noticed, basically informs Hulla of what he spotted out in the woods.
So is it a polar bear? Is it a cat?
I just saw white, and then it tried to blend in.
Yeah, you saw like a pair of hungry eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if I'd got a few seconds more look at it, I might have been able to tell what it is.
All right, the other door. If you want to go into there.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Let's see. This door seems to be a little bit frozen shut, and the ice crunches as you force the door the rest of the way open. And this seems to be perhaps actually the exterior, so it opens up into the back of the house. And as you look out and onto the forest, or not the forest, but like the tree line, again, definitely see something. A pair of wild eyes sort of prowling on the edge, trying to remain unseen, but closing in on this small farmhouse.
Geist will step back inside, close the door, just walk back outside, and sort of gesture to the wolf to move round and just but be hidden as best it can. So
okay,
basically,
stealth check with the direwolf.
Yeah, I don't have access to a sheet.
Oh yeah, man. I'll do it. Good. Especially you got proficiency and stuff.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. Sticks out like a bit of a sore thumb here.
Yeah.
Fortunately.
But yeah, then I also will just sort of let 607 know that I've spotted something, and he can let Ashanti know or whatever, whilst I continue looking for the child.
Where is it? Where is it?
It's over in the woods. It's slowly getting closer.
And where you saw out the window as well was something on the north side as well.
Yeah. And yeah, it looks like there might be two of them. Or at least two of them.
Okay.
Yeah, Geist is going to continue looking about in sight, because he definitely heard the whimper. It wasn't in the bedroom.
And when you kind of force the door open and that icy crunch, you definitely, there it is again, hear that slight whimper.
Promise we won't eat you. We're
Dice
here,
will
honestly.
look
We're humans.
up the
Most of them are
chimney.
human.
Okay. Up the chimney. Interesting. So you you go right up to the chimney, and your footfalls kind of like echo almost against the floorboards, and you lean down, look up. Give me a perception or an investigation check again.
Okay, perception. That's slightly better.
20. Hey, now you're rolling. It is completely clear of children up here, but you can hear just again a slight whimper, but then you're so close that you can actually hear another child shush them, like shh, shh, trying to keep them quiet. And you hear it, it's so close to you. It is literally as hot as you can be. There is as I mentioned, like a wood bin right next to the fireplace.
I will sort of look at the wood bin and sort of consider what I've got in my items at the moment. Okay. Hey kids, I know you're in there. Do you want something to eat? I've got some sweets and some rations. We're not here to harm you.
As soon as you say that, like within pretty much earshot, like right next to them, you can hear a scream. Everyone around, it's loud enough that the scream is heard by all, and yeah, you can hear the children huddling underneath this empty wood bin, like holding onto each other, as it kind of like jostles slightly from the panic,
Yeah.
and it kind of knocks over, and you can see these two very young children look up at you. There's a slightly older boy, no wait, a slightly older girl and a younger brother, and they are shivering violently from the cold. And here, have a little image of these fellas.
See?
They're over here.
And this is why I went to take the clothes, so I could chuck some stuff. I can chuck some warm clothing. Is there actually wood in the wood bin?
No, it's empty.
Okay.
And they must have burnt it all, trying to keep warm.
607, do you have that warming spell? Can you bring that over here?
Yeah, I can light some stuff on fire if you want.
No, not that kind of warming. Like a nice warming, like you were giving to the party members earlier.
Oh yeah. Okay, I can do it.
Makes it feel warm.
Should I enter? I'll enter.
Yeah, you can go in.
Labris out.
Good point. Yeah, Labris is around.
Hi. I'm Hulla. This is Geist. I'm standing back a little bit, not getting too close to them. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And this is 607. He's a construct.
Give me your hands, child.
He's not as scary as he looks.
They hold on to each other, and one of the little boys says, "Papa told us to run. Papa's told us to run." And he seems to be saying this to his older sister, and she sort of responds like, "We can't run. We can't run from them."
You don't have to run from us. We're trying
not,
to help you.
Yeah, we're not here to harm you. Do you know what's outside?
It's a good point. If you run from what's outside will get you, and you'll just die tired. It's better you stay with us.
That's a very scary way of putting it, but he's right. How long have you guys been here? A while, huh?
They seem to have, looking around, they seem to have been surviving for maybe a couple of days. They clearly are almost out of food, and you can give me a persuasion check, and whoever wants to, but you can do this with advantage as each of you are trying to in turn calm them and
Geist is also going to offer them some like he's going to get a day's worth of rations and offer it between the two of them.
Excellent. That's a success, Hulla.
Excellent.
And they look at you, and your tone of voice seems to calm them for a moment. And they say, "We heard roars outside, and then something clawing at the door, and we tried to hide. I think it took Papa."
Hiding
And
was definitely the smart thing to do. You did the right thing. I think there's an animal out there.
You want your
Maybe.
hands
That's why we're
warm or
here.
not?
Oh,
It's okay. He's a friend.
they do feel the warmth coming from you, and they slowly bring them to you.
I'll warm up their hands and there, you're good.
And then you
Let's give
hear,
them some food to help.
and then you hear Tilly, who's a little boy, reference to her as say, "But Naru, Papa was already." She sort of pauses. Papa was already gone.
What happened to your papa?
They seem to hold on, comforting each other as finally Tilly says, "Naru is right. Papa told us to run. So we ran." And then Naru says, "I saw what happened. I saw it all. We were just about to sit down for supper when it came. I don't know what it was. It had the face of an owl, but horns, and it didn't walk normal. It just sort of slid or floated." And then Tilly speaks up. It wanted Mama. When she
Just your
saw
mama?
it, they nod. When she saw it, she froze, like she was stuck, and it was coming up to her. And that's when Papa shouted at us to run. But I didn't run, and I should have, but I didn't. I wanted to help, but I was afraid. And then Naru says, "Papa hit it with a shovel so hard he almost fell down. But it didn't seem to care. It just looked up at him, and then he fell over."
Sounds like your papa was really brave, wasn't he?
Hmm.
He seems to just shake a little bit from the cold and hang his head.
Would you like some food?
Geist has offered them some. Geist took out a day's worth of rations to split between the two of them because they're children, so they shouldn't need a full day.
Yeah. They take the food from you, and as Naru's eating it, Tilly says, lips are quivering. She says, I called out to Mama, but she couldn't hear me. She just stared at it. Then it did something. It wrapped Mama in something. It didn't take but a minute, and then when it was all done, it was like she was inside ice. It was so clear you could even see her in there, clear as day. Her eyes were still open, like she was about to say something. "She's alive. I know she is." And then Naru speaks up and says, "But it disappeared, and it took Mama with it. We don't know where they went. They were just gone." And they seem to look out from the front door over to the plot of farmland as they're saying this, as they're recalling the memory, watching it where they stood.
This was a couple of days ago, you said?
They nod.
And how have you been looking after each other since then?
They nod again.
You did good. You were brave, and you did exactly what you needed to do. Now we're gonna get you some food and get you warm and bring you somewhere safe, okay?
They seem to
Together.
sniffle, and they're almost brought to tears by perhaps recalling the memory, but they seem to nod, knowing that it's time to say goodbye to this place.
And
I think maybe this isn't a good place anymore.
yeah.
But
should we go after the tracks, by the way?
I mean,
Just in case.
but I think before we take the children out of here, we should make sure it's safe. And if those two things are coming nearby, then we should try to deal with them first. Why don't you two go into your into the bedroom and gather up anything you want to take with you? Wrap up yourself in some nice warm clothes whilst we go and make sure that we've got a safe path. Okay?
They nod and begin doing as you say. And Ashanti, as you're out here looking around near the farm, sure enough, you can see perhaps where this event took place precisely. Because in the middle of the farm, as you're circling around it, you get a much clearer view. Where there's this kind of clearing where all the ferns and soil has almost been kind of like blasted back. And in the middle of this almost like crater, you see there are there's like a frozen trail. The ground has formed into ice crystals, and they seem to mark out a pattern of a six-pointed snowflake.
Okay, I will I'll head back and I guess, do I see Geist and Hulla coming out of the house right now, or 607?
I'm leaving the house. I think we should take care of the whatever's outside here, stalking them.
I was about to say, actually, Ashanti, as you are going around, you can make a perception check as well.
Okay.
And good luck. I don't need it. Yep.
That's so reassuring.
So it just means it's a high DC.
Yeah, these are going to be sneaky.
Oh,
21?
That's
Are you
good.
kidding me? Hulla, I'm sorry, Ashanti. DC 20 was exactly what you needed.
Oh.
You see the creature as you go around this side of the farmhouse. Bits is also sniffing and perhaps growling in that direction. An incredibly large, white-furred feline emerges from the tree line. Its eyes staring directly at you, almost like it's picked out its target and is ready to pounce. And it's just at that moment when you're able to notice it before it gets its jump on you, and it almost like freezes mid paw step, and it's almost like if it's staying still, it can't be seen. It thinks.
All right. Well, I am going to. I am absolutely positively going to make myself look as big as I can, holding the halberd up and roaring at it. Basically just because a lot of wild animals will back off if you're bigger than them.
Okay, you're gonna have to look really big because this thing is a large creature. Go ahead and give me an intimidation check, and with that as well, I would like everyone to roll initiative.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's why I put you back in the house there. 607, because this was happening just as you're perhaps about to leave.
Does Lapras and the direwolf go on my turn, or do they have their own initiative?
Well, Lapras is on its own initiative unless you mount them and choose them to go on their own. The
direwolf goes. I think the direwolf goes on your turn after you.
Normally, with summon creatures, that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the bag of tricks creatures, I think that's how it works. They go on your
acts
turn.
on your turn, and I have to use a bonus action to tell it what to do.
There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right then. So I'll delete the direwolf Actually, I'll just put it up. 18. So I'm going to give you permission of the direwolf as well.
Okay.
And similar with bits as well. Bits will go on your turn, Ashanti.
Okay.
Okay. Last thing. Oh yeah, direwolf.
Does the Cray Cat have a human face? Is that why the face looks so flattened? Is this humanoid?
No, it is not human. I'll show you a full
Okay.
art picture. Here you go. The eyes do
Oh,
look
okay.
very like expressionate though, and they seem to tell that you are the prey, this is the hunter, and your intimidation does little to dissuade it. In fact, all it does is bare its teeth, flick out its claws, and it begins to pounce towards you. And it's at that moment that everyone, you can hear perhaps Ashanti doing that "Rah!" sound, knowing that something's out there. You can all act on this initiative. You avoided the surprise round thanks to Ashanti's 21 just spotting out the crag cat. Good job. Geist, you're up first.
Right, so Geist will move out of the building and I guess let's fire off a you know what, let's go for this. Start off with a shot. Shoots a shot.
Okay. Yeah, that's a hit. Pretty clean hit.
Yeah. And then for my bonus action, I'm gonna have the direwolf sort of ready itself to attack the other one if it comes out. Basically, it's covering our back.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Gotcha.
ready its action.
It'll be ready to attack. Okay.
And then
That it would be right now, in fact. So this crag cat was hidden. It doesn't get a surprise round, but it does get to pounce towards the direwolf at the same time as the direwolf gets to react as well. So let's do. You can make an attack at it, and I'll make my own.
Oh, I've got the other one targeted still. Yeah. No, that's a miss, unfortunately.
Direwolf wasn't quite prepared for the size of this creature and it being so perfectly camouflaged. It's like the snow just erupted from its mound and then bared claws. It's going to start with those, in fact. Direwolf takes a gnarly 7 slashing, and then I need it to make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay, strength save. Yeah.
That's a fail. As soon as it has the direwolf on the ground,
Goes in for a second attack.
It goes in for a bite on its jugular. This is a well-adept predator. It should be advantage because you're prone as well. So I'm going to make sure I reroll that.
It's fine.
Yep, so it hits. And you can take an extra 1 as well from the original damage. Okay. That is the crag cat's go. Good job the direwolf was around this side, not Labras. Labras is up, but
yeah,
seeing a predator like this would probably
Geist is gonna order Labras to basically go sit over there. They're a lamps, not a combatant.
They can move and dodge there, and 6 or 7, you're up.
Alright, well, I was on my way out. I have to get 5. And where's the first one? Oh, he's still way back there, okay. Because I don't know about, well, I guess I don't know he's out yet. But I don't know. No, there's this one here.
You definitely hear, like, the scramble on the other side of the building, but, yeah. So it's no longer hidden, that's for sure.
Well, let's just see if this does anything for it. 11 points.
Crit it. Oof. Yes.
Wow, max
11.
on one dice, minimum on the other.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, the fur, once white, has been charred black as you scorch this thing on the side of its flank. Lets out a really nasty, pained roar.
And then I will use my rest of my movement. I did what, 10 feet? I'm gonna try to get to this cart here and get up on the cart a little bit.
Okay. And that's your go?
That's, I think, everything I can do.
Okay. Oh, the next cry cat.
Oh god, there's a third one.
Leaping up past, well, the craggy area, where there was once perhaps what looks to be maybe like a little tunnel. This thing was taking shelter in it, perhaps, nearby. Suddenly leaps up effortlessly and elegantly onto the top of the ground here, and then begins prowling towards Hulla. And I think I'm going to get a pounce attack. So it's going to be an advantage because it was hidden.
It's not going to be an advantage. I'm going to restore balance.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, well. An 18 is still a hit, sadly.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I tried.
Thank you. I felt that.
Hulla, make me a strength
Ow.
saving throw.
Oh no.
As this thing doesn't just swipe and rend flesh, the sheer force of this thing's paw is enough to knock down a half-orc. Yeah, it is. Which means it gets to sink its teeth into you as well. At advantage.
Ow.
Oh, goodness me. You're on death's door already.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Not
I don't have
good.
a lot of hit points, you guys.
You have more than me.
Wait, it's 10 plus 11? That's 21? I only have... Oh yeah, I'm on death's door. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay.
I have 11 HP in total, so...
Hulla, this thing has used all of its movement to pounce onto you, knock you down to the ground, and now like towers over you. And yeah, blood is already dripping from its teeth. Ashanti's up.
All right. Ashanti is going to bonus action rage.
Okay.
Since I don't need to adrenaline dash anywhere, so I'm gonna use my ability. All right, and then I am going to move forward and attack the Craig cat that is in front of me. And that's weird. All right, so
You're
5,
raging.
10, 15. Okay, and I'm gonna take a swing with my halberd.
Got it.
All right, and then come on, baby.
That's a hit. Oh, it should be.
No.
Yeah, he just didn't have it targeted. But max damage too. And the slicing. I think you just killed this. Yeah, you did. That's enough damage. Ooh, god. Only had 10. How do you finish this Craig cat off?
I am.
Didn't have that much. Okay.
Yeah, no, I am going to be very, very sad that I killed such a beautiful creature when I'm out of my rage. But right now, I roar at it again. Ah! And then I'm gonna turn around and see if there's anything else I can play with.
Oh yeah.
And,
in fact, Hulla's right now is like a cat toy being battered from side to side.
Okay. All right. So that's all I can do on my turn, I believe.
Yep.
But the next turn, I will start running towards Hulla.
Okay, Hulla.
And so I am gonna tell Bits. I'm gonna say, Bits, guard Labyrinth. Labyrinth, go guard Labyrinth. So for Bits' turn, I'd like Bits to dash over to Labyrinth and just assume kind of a guard stance.
Got it.
Okay.
Alright, Hulla's up.
Okay. I'm going to cast Spare the Dying on myself.
You got it. I'll bring you to 1.
Thank you. And I would also like to cast False Life on myself to give me 1d4 plus 4.
Sara-Jane, are you within range for Spare the Dying?
Spare the Dying is 30 feet, so I think my arm should be long enough. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Just checking.
Nope. Reasonable. Of
Alright.
5 points of healing I give myself.
Yeah. Okay.
Temporary hit points at least.
Hopefully that is enough to shield yourself from the oncoming slaughter.
Yes. And I gotta help for rescue from somebody else.
Okay.
Help!
The crag cat that you just massacred was about to go up. Good job you got it before it could get that pounce off. Geist, you're up.
If just for my turn, because I've ordered the direwolf to basically prepare to attack, is it now just going to keep on attacking, or do I have to? Because it does say you can give a bonus action to command, like the general order, and then it will keep doing that. So
exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Once you've given it like defend yourself, it's going to continue to do that.
Okay, in which case, I guess I'm just gonna go for another.
The children inside are screaming, by the way, of course, as this is going on.
I'll move here, use part of my movement to help Hulla to their feet.
Alright.
I think I can do that, and then I'm just take another step back there, and then I'm gonna basically shot this one again. See if I can. Wouldn't have hit anyway. Oh, I was actually aiming for both. But
that would have been a sharp shot.
But even
house.
if I hadn't have used that, it wouldn't have hit anyway. And then move into the building and attempt the bonus action hide.
There is those big mounds of snow in the way of the doorway, but you could try and get up onto them. Just know there's probably difficult terrain, but I think you have the movement to do it. So.
Yeah, probably only just. So he's just gonna try to hide. Probably not gonna work, but no, most certainly not.
Maybe not. No, its eyes are following you, and it definitely darted it in your direction when that scream went off, and you realize probably the scream from earlier that alerted them that there is still prey to be hunted here.
Direwolf will get back up.
Yep.
And will attempt to fight back.
The wolf is no match for the cat. Afraid. Needs its pack tactics.
Yeah, and unfortunately, to try to deal with. That's kind of why I was tempted to put Labrys into attacking it, to give it that pack tactics, or have Labrys there just doing the dodge action. But
no, it's the wolf's doing its job.
Yep.
Cragcat seems to circle around this, looking for an opening, and rather than just risk an attack, it circles and goes for a bite. Yep. Another hit. Nasty hit. The direwolf is severely wounded. It's only fuzz and stuff
only on a
flying
pounce that it needs a strength save, right?
Yes. That's why I was thinking about disengaging, but didn't in the end. Alright, Labrys, dodging.
Yep.
607.
Alright, well, there's one I can see a little bit easier than the other. I guess I'll go after that one. And I'll go back to Old Faithful. Misses. Oh, that would have been good too. 13. Yeah, it's not going to do it.
Hold on. Sorry. 13 is a hit. I'm not sure why it didn't.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah. It's got 13 AC, so I don't know why it didn't.
Oh, okay. So I did 20 points of. Let's call this one acid damage. It shouldn't have cover. It's right in front of me.
Yeah. I'm confused about that. It's definitely a hit. I'm looking at the AC. It's 13. So yeah, 20 damage. Go. Yeah, acid. Did you say? Just.
Yeah, I think I'll go acid this time. See if it. I hope it's not resistant to acid, but I'll see if that does it.
Let's have a look.
And then I'll use my bonus action to get that spell slot back with my sorcery points.
Alright.
And then I will use the rest of my movement to run away.
Okay. Yeah, that melted parts of its fur. It's instantly wounded from this. Okay. The crag cat is bleeding, melting from that attack. I just realized, Hulla, rather than go to death still, you should have actually gone to 1. Because you have orcish.
That's right. Yes.
Relentless endurance. So.
Relentless endurance. Sorry.
That's okay.
Forgot about that. That's all right. We'll leave it as is since I forgot about it.
Okay. All right.
I was just stunned by the attack.
He was definitely stunned.
And I forget that I was not dead.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what.
Because the only thing I would have done the same thing, except I.
Okay. All right. In that case, well, it's got you in its grip right here, trying to pull you, maybe even claw you away from your rest of your allies. So it will just, again, bite into you.
Yep.
Ooh, misses though. Your armor is holding up this time. Now that you're facing the creature, you've got your shield raised. It can't get through that.
And that's specifically why I got Hulla up, so I wouldn't have advantage.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Ashanti, you're up.
All right. Ashanti is going to use her dash action to get as close to her allies as she can. 50, 60. So I guess I'm right there. And I know
With a reach weapon, it's in range.
Oh, it is? But
well, you've got a reach weapon.
I used my action to dash.
Unless you want to use... Oh, okay. If you're using your action, then yeah, you're out of luck. But you have got called Adrenaline Rush.
But I can't bonus action to renew my rage if I bonus action to Adrenaline Rush.
No. You don't need to be bonus action rage if you could just attack. And also, your rage doesn't end anymore for not attacking. I mean, well, actually, you're right. You would need your bonus normally, but if you did want to attack, you could go Adrenaline Rush and then attack.
Okay, I will do that. Okay, so it should pop up that I've used one of my Adrenaline Rushes. Okay. Come on.
If you click the little dice icon, it's like this.
Usability, there it is.
Oh, you found it. Cool.
Okay. Now, then, if I have Adrenaline Rushed, I am going to take a huge swing at this forward, and then come on, baby. Let's go, please, oh, please, oh, please.
Just a miss.
Yeah.
It's already instinctively backing away, slightly knowing that this could get ugly, and that quick flinch away dodges in time.
Okay, and then Bits is still just going to be watching Labrys and watching us to see what happens. So that's my turn.
Hulla, you're on your feet.
Okay. Is it within 5 feet of me?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I am going to, now that I'm standing, I'm going to attack it with my Warhammer.
Okay.
And just feel a little bit grumpy about this.
No luck.
No, that's no luck.
Pat.
But I'm gonna take a swing at its face, and just sort of growl at it and like, get away from me. At least intimidated into not biting back.
Alrighty. Its paw probably swipes your hammer away. And that is going to be your turn unless you want to move.
I can't. If I move, it's going to take an opportunity attack, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
You could circle round it a little bit, but that'd be the best you could do. Like, Guys will move back out because.
Yeah, I'm going to stay where I am. Yep.
And
I'm hoping to attack someone else or runs away.
we'll go for a. He's going to go for a shot.
Oh.
No.
No luck.
That's
Damn,
why I wanted the step. Well, I wanted the stealth
really
advantage. Then, guys, I'm gonna ask this: with offhand attack, does it have to be a melee weapon as the main one?
Yeah, you have to be wielding 2 light weapons.
I've used too much movement to be able to do it. Oh what? All things considered, 1, 2. Just worked out something. No wait, I've got 5 feet movement. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would I be able to move over like this sort of bit of the building without any difficulty, or would that be like difficult terrain?
There's a wall right here.
Yeah.
I'm afraid.
Then Geist is going to bonus action dash. Just sort of circle round this thing.
Okay.
And basically get another target, essentially. And, actually, no, this worked well. So I just sorted the direwolf to attack, and it would attack essentially appropriate to its nature. And its nature is to work as a pack.
Let's see what's happening here.
I'm trying to be tactical, so if I go... Basically doing exactly what it did.
Yeah.
And this one is currently threatening its allies, so...
Alright, go for it.
I mean, it puts the walk that threat, but...
Got advantage.
Is it flanked? Because Hulla's on one side and Geist is on the other?
I mean, it has advantage.
It would need to flank with someone else, but with pack tactics, it doesn't care where the enemy, where your allies are.
Oh,
so long as it's somewhere.
Cool.
That's a hit. The bite tries to trip up the creature, but it's far too strong.
Yep. And that is my turn.
Alright. However, I will move the crag cat into position to flank the direwolf.
Yep. That is fair.
Game of chess here. I might have 13. Alright, go for a bite. With a +2 to hit, which would
miss.
Still a miss?
Because it's 14.
Damn, alright. Ripping through this tough hide, but can't get good hit. Yep. 6 or 7. This one's looking really rough.
Yeah. Well, I guess I gotta run back. I'll get 20 feet. 25, so I can get a good view of it. And let's see if we can finish this guy off. Cast spell. That should do it.
That definitely hits. A lot of damage.
Oh, good.
That's enough.
Let's do acid damage again. It didn't ask me what kind, but let's do acid damage.
Alright, you melt away the pelt and sizzles with a hiss. Nicely done.
Oh, I probably should have done something that would have saved the pelt. Shoot. Okay. Next time. And then I'm gonna climb back, use my last 5 feet of movement to climb back on top of this one. Now that I'm feeling a little more confident that 2 are down, 1 left.
Alright then, Ashanti, you're up. 1 left. It looks like it's backing up.
I am going to do the same thing I did last time. I'm going to use Adrenaline Rush to come around and then take a swipe at it with my halberd.
Yep.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, baby.
That's a hit.
Okay, good.
It's also enough to do the slicing. So it'll take 12 damage, and you see a wound open up and blood spray onto the ground.
Okay. Did it add my rage? Yeah, there's the +2.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then I did my oops, I did not do that. I did my adrenaline rush.
Yep.
And so and I sliced it with my halberd, and that's about all I can do.
Okay then, Hulla's up.
So first thing I'm going to yell out, thank you 607, you may have just saved my life there. And I'm going to move over so that I can get a view of the last crag cat. And I'm going to hold my arm out and close my eyes and like really just close them as tight as I can and throw a sacred flame in its direction.
Okay. Target the creature and
I did.
see what happens.
I thought I did.
Yeah, no, sorry, you did.
I did. Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying it verbatim. So I just want to see what happens. Go ahead. Okay. Okay, so it has advantage on this for reasons, so I'm going to re-roll that. It's a dex save.
Oof.
Okay, so an 18.
So
That
pass.
definitely succeeds, so I'm taking back that. And this is why it has advantage. The pelt, as you target it, seems to shimmer this kind of blinding white for a second, and your own eyes a little bit dazzled by it. And before you know what just happened, I need you to make a saving throw.
Sorry, what now? What did it bounce
Dexterity.
back? Oh my
Yep.
god. It bounced back.
Dexterity save.
I have a feeling this is gonna be bad.
Beat your
And,
saving.
Can I guidance myself?
No, you can resistance, but
I can
I think-
resistance.
I think that's a save, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
your
your
DC's only
DC's
11.
Yeah.
So you
My
just
my
managed to
DC's
see
only
this
11. Yeah.
in time. You see that blinding light after it kind of dazzles you for a second. You see the light surrounding you is that same light that you just threw at the creature, and you instinctively kind of flinch and dodge out of the way of it as a pillar of whatever
What
you
the flip?
described it as. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see the
What-
crag cat stares at you with these kind of primal eyes, and its fur is all shimmering white for a quick second.
Guys, it bounced my spell back at me.
Ghost's eyes just sort of
uh,
glitter slightly. I want its pelt.
Your turn then, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want my pelt for my kill, so I understand.
Sharpshooter, come on.
Miss.
Even if we wouldn't have been enough anyway.
Afraid not.
But
Seems that blinding light is also putting off your aim.
fight with advantage.
That's gonna hit. Makes the save.
Yep.
Okay, and that's gonna be it. The crag cat is going to provoke attacks of opportunity from.
Well, fight to death. Oh, it kill that range now, but fight again.
Wow, still a hit. Okay. It's gonna hurt. And Ashanti, you see the creature is wounded and trying to back away. It looks like it's gonna go and retreat.
Not on my watch.
Oh god! All right then.
No, sorry, I'm gonna if it's backing away, I'm going to take this opportunity attack
Yep.
to swing my halberd again.
That one.
Oh my god!
Sorry, Ashanti.
Oh,
It manages to
Wow.
disengage with an incredible agility. And as it leaps back, it also turns in the air and sprints as fast as it can into the tree line. And it can go 80 feet, so it's practically off the map. And I'm going to say that the tree line gives it plenty of cover as it blends in. In fact, let me just measure that. Yeah, it'd have to go 80 and out of sight.
Did that blinding thing just blind Hulla? Because I'm going to use that as my excuse.
Yeah,
I was swinging
exactly
wildly because I couldn't see anything.
You can't help but be in awe of this majestic creature's somehow shimmering white pelt, able to pull off such a feat. Now, it has. I'm going to say that it just literally blends into the snow and jumps into the forest, unless you have a way of chasing it down.
No.
I don't think you guys can keep
I'm not
up.
going to be. I'm raging, but I'm not stupid.
I have
All right. Do you now?
Yeah.
You,
I have a
you
wolf
may be
that
able
has
to...
its scent.
Sure. Well, what was if you're gonna, if everyone, what else is everyone gonna do? Because they're gonna end combat. I don't know. This Kraken is now just on it's now a chase, basically.
Yeah.
But
I would go back to my kill and start collecting the pelt and the claws and the teeth from my kill.
Okay, you can make a survival check.
Okay.
Yeah, we should.
And
That's an interesting creature. We might want to see if we can save anything from it.
Okay.
Is the one that 6 or 7 killed? Is that like the pelt
Melted.
destroyed?
Yeah, 100%. It died from acid damage to like 40 or so points of it. Yeah,
You might want to take the claws and the teeth though, still, just for trophies, or it might be worth something to someone. Even just to say, like, look at what we did.
Right.
Yeah. I rolled a 22. So what did I? Is that enough to?
Yeah, you can
get
skin
the
the
teeth
creature.
or-
Yeah.
Okay. And I'd like to. I feel so bad. I'm gonna tell it fought valiantly, and I respect it as an, I respect its fighting prowess, and I'm sorry that I had to kill it. But I am gonna kill it. I'm gonna take its fangs and its claws and its pelt.
All right. You skin it, defang it, do what you do, and you can add those to your inventory. 1 crag cat pelt and claws. Geist, you said you're going to send the direwolf after it.
I was going to hop on the back of the direwolf and chase it down.
Yeah. Well, it's probably a little minor chase scene. I wanted to see if it can indeed pick up its scent. So, give me that
perception check.
Perception check with advantage. It's bleeding. You know it's somewhere around here. That's actually a fail.
Damn.
I rolled it. Although it has made obviously some wounds, it seems to have like perhaps evaded your scent somehow by tricking you, going one way and then leaped over a mound in another.
Because it's bloodied and potentially leaving a trail, is Geist able to track it like by the blood trail, like with like a survival check?
Yes, but if you're doing that, then you're not taking a shot at it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean the direwolf should be able to. I think the direwolf actually outpaces it.
It may have, but I got a head start on it for sure.
Yeah.
Enough that it's going to try and lose it with a stealth check. 16 is actually what you needed. But it is. Wait, has it got natural camouflage? Should do. Yeah, well, it got a 16 in any case. But you can see the trail. Oh god, 607 is shocking the body. You could chase this thing down, guys. It would lead you out further into the wilderness.
Yeah. I mean, if I can just get a glimpse of it, I could take a sharpshooter shot, because even if it's, because with that I've got what, like 320 foot range.
That's true. All right. Well, I'll say then that you track it back down to its den, effectively, where it's likely licking its wound.
I sort of look at the wolf for a moment, consider my options, look at the bag of tricks.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, while I'm by myself,
God,
in a sort of weird way, I feel like Geist would specifically, like, as a wolf tribe member, probably has a natural vendetta against crag cats. So I'm gonna pull something out of the bag of tricks, and 3 of us are going in.
Oh my god. Okay. Sure. Oh my god.
Polar bear. Nice.
We don't need to roll this combat. We know how this goes. Your polar bear, wolf, and Geist enter into the crag cat's den and finish off any remaining combatants.
Are there any crag cat cubs?
No. No, these look like these were the cubs. They've since grown into adolescents. Hungry ones at that, but
and then Geist will attempt to skin and everything this one before heading back.
Sure. Give me a survival check. It's a bit of a mess from being clawed apart from the direwolf.
Yeah.
Like it's bloody as well.
I'll just sort of look at it for a moment, and I'm just gonna leave it there, and then I'm gonna ride back on the direwolf with a polar bear.
Geist returns with an entourage of beast, ferocious ones at that. This was definitely in your favor.
I killed the last one, but the polar bear kind of got the better of it.
Thank you. You're a polar bear, I assume? You didn't just
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, just checking.
I thought going in with just the wolf might be a bit foolhardy, but I didn't want to come back. And it got away, so I thought I'd bring out an additional one. And apparently this has polar bears and wolves in, which is kind of cool.
How many of these animals can you use a day? Like, is it unlimited?
I don't know personally, but not. But they seem to last a while.
Well, you were struggling a little bit with the cold on the way down, and then we have 2 children now. So, is there any way you can have them riding one of them? And
I mean, I rode the wolf, so I don't see why not.
maybe they could ride the polar bear at least.
Yeah.
So they don't need to walk in the snow.
That's a good idea.
Speaking of which, because we have to go all the way back up to that cave, right? So it's gonna be a long walk for the kids.
To the cave?
We're not going back to the cave. No, you're misunderstanding the situation. We're going back to the Temple of Hades in Bremen. And maybe stopping at Goodmead first.
To see if there's an option other than the hags.
Without mentioning the H word, we're not making any deals. So we're gonna find a way to get them on a nice caravan going south. And maybe these lovely pelts will help pay for their way. Right, everybody?
Yep.
The caravans. Not all caravans are good, and not all caravans traffic in goods.
Well, we'll find a good one.
That's why we've got you, Ashanti, right? You can identify a good one from a bad.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just saying, don't assume right off that they would transport the children to somewhere that's safe for the children.
I get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not going to just hand them over to any old stranger. I hope. I hope.
Oh my god. I just forgot. Go back a sec. Guys, when you went into the den, there was more than just the crag cat there. You find the remains of Papa. Mr. Kelson. Nal Kelson, they'll tell you his name was. He is a desiccated body. However, you look at this more carefully, and you're the one who kind of rolled the religion check earlier. Your suspicions are confirmed when you find the body. Although it has been ripped and torn apart, you can see what flesh remains is almost mummified. It's as if something instantly rotted, like it's seen like years of decay in an instant.
I don't like that you've used mummified, because the monsters that can do that are terrifying.
They are indeed.
Guys, will probably have... I'm just trying to think. Is the entrance to this cave, is it like like it'd be easy to like make some snowfall to cover like the entrance or anything as like a sort of semi-tomb or something?
Yeah, I mean, the snow will probably naturally do that itself, but the crag cats probably dig themselves out each morning.
Yeah, but, Geist will, using his tools, Mason's tools, just carve a message into the wall as like a last epitaph for this guy before, and tell the spirit of this person that he will do his best to keep his children safe, and if his wife is alive and they happen to head in that direction at some point, he will do his best to try to save her.
Got it.
I mean, I've already promised the ghost I'm going to fight Auril or deal with Auril somehow. So why not?
Sure. Okay.
And then I'm just going to sort of speak to the Power Lady and be like, "You agree with that? You know, that's not against anything that you want to do, right?"
The Crackcats were not responsible for this one. This is Auril's work.
And that's
must have killed him with a single glance.
Is that's what the owl thing children described it, right? Is that actually Auril, or is that just something that serves her?
So the rumors say. No one truly knows for certain.
Right.
Perhaps she has more than one form.
Interesting. Well, at least this guy's spirit can hopefully be at peace now and won't become some sort of vengeful spirit like yourself. Hopefully.
What's that supposed to be?
Mean thing to say?
Yeah, what's that?
Hopefully, we'll become like you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what? Excuse me.
The spirit that. I mean, Geist and the Power Lady don't necessarily get on. It's just a deal of necessity. They have different viewpoints and things. But
so back at the farm. So you guys, after that commotion has died down, and Ashanti shows you there is that strange marking and where apparently their mother disappeared. There's that almost like a frozen snowflake shape across the ground. Definitely seems unnatural.
Does anybody know what this could be? I've never seen anything like it at the south. At least not that I remember.
I'm guessing it's some sort of entry or exit mark for whatever took the mother.
The children say, it was all that was left. Mama and that thing they were gone.
Did you see? Did they go up into the sky, or did it drag her? Oh, okay. I don't know what that is, Ashanti. I've never seen any. I mean,
I think we need to get the kids to safety.
Yeah.
So
the safety of the hag wants to raise them.
So I am
of the town, the humans
about
who
one
after them.
Thing. Kids, one of the crag cats seemed to come down from just below that cliff sort of area. Is there anything down there, or was it just sort of hiding in like a ledge?
No, that's just where we used to have a little cave. There's nothing down there.
Okay, just thought I'd
Wait.
ask.
Is that the cave you track the cats to,
No,
guys?
no, that was further out into the woods. But
Maybe we should double check the other cave to make sure that we're not leaving crag cats behind us to chase us through the woods.
I mean,
especially if it's on.
Geist looks at the polar bear, and he's just like, this polar bear basically manhandled that last crag cat like it was nothing. I think we should be okay.
You probably will be. Okay. So I'm going to speed you along. You're actually only 10 minutes out from Goodmead, so I can ferry you over there very quickly.
Okay.
Now, Goodmead's a much smaller town than the others you've been visiting up till now. The yeah, let's give you a little description here.
I will instruct the polar bear and the direwolf to sort of stay at. I mean, it looks like there's woodland nearby. To sort of stay out in the woods.
You got it.
And just protect themselves if they're in danger, but otherwise just, chill.
But there's a lot of character to Goodmead. You can see the squat town dwellings are actually adorned with carvings of dinosaurs and serpents. And it's overshadowed by a 2-story structure in the middle. Clearly, this must be the mead hall that everyone's been talking about. And its eaves are carved and painted to resemble wyverns as well. And you can see the signage of this sort of tabard. It's got a big tankard. These kind of like spikes.
There's a lot of goats here. Is this leftover from somebody?
There does seem to be a lot of goats. Yep, someone left those goats out. They're just being herded indoors right now.
Okay.
Fear not. And this guy is not here too. All right, but you can head up to the mead hall if you'd like. That seems to be where you can hear voices and chatter coming from.
My screen is black. Do I need to restart Foundry? Or
yeah, you
do I not have
do.
permissions?
Or
Also,
maybe I'll try and drag you.
Oh, yeah, maybe that'll help.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably want to restart, though, Brandee.
There we go.
Oh, you got it? Good. I think you're just a scene behind, that's all.
Now mine is black, and it says I don't have a token of vision on the screen.
So if you're going in the front door, then...
Oh, there we go.
Here you go. All right, you enter through the heavy wooden doors at the front, and inside you can see there are a couple of humans. There's a dwarf, and they seem to be talking amongst themselves. And this big bear of a man sees you enter and walks up to you. Welcome, travelers. You must be cold. Come into the warmth. I'm Speaker Kendrick.
And we are the
Kendrick.
We are the Icewind Trekkers. I'm Wealgeist. This is Ashanti, Hulla 607, and our current guests Naru and Tilly from the Kelson farm.
The Kelson farm?
Mm-hmm.
Wait. I thought they were all dead.
No,
and
apparently not.
You hear the dwarf say, I told you they're still alive. We should have gone earlier. God only know how long they've been freezing out there.
3 days.
What do you know about what happened to the Kelsons? The story is kind of muddy from the way the children tell it. Did you see did anyone see what happened besides them?
We heard the rock. It descended down from the aurora above. Wingspan. Massive. This creature could have torn the roof off the Goodmead Hall, but everyone hunkered inside. We felt a blizzard take over the town in an instant. It went from light snow to a white out. Then some people say they saw sightings of a creature with baleful, glowing eyes, horns, silhouette of some beast out there. Some say they saw it head in the direction of the Kelson farm, and, well, no one dared tread close to it to find out. Truth be told, we were all cowards, just waiting for it to blow over. The blizzard lasted a full 24 hours. After that, we all thought it would have been too late. Whatever wrath that creature had ridden over there was obviously nothing we could match.
Well,
But by some miracle, you've saved the kids.
yes. Yeah, and we've
the
also
other
dealt
woman-
with 3 crag cats, which may or may not have become a problem in the future.
The other woman, Choltian woman, in fact, she steps forward, says, "Children, hello. You can call me Olivessa. Please, you must be freezing. We'll get by the fire and we'll get you fed. The warm meal in your body should help you out." But
Is there somebody
they-
here in town who can take them in?
yes, I will take them in myself if I have to.
Okay.
This is your home now. You understand? And they seem to nod. Thank you so much. I don't know how we
Yes.
can repay you for this, but
Guys, did we find anything at the farm that could help pay their way?
Yes, when I was looking round, we found this jewelry box that we thought might be able to help pay the children's way, buy them food, clothing, etc., at least for a while.
yes, this must have been the Kelson's jewels. We will make sure that they are taken care of here now. It's the least we could do.
Thank you.
And
There's
it is
no
only
really-
the right thing to do to bring them to safety.
You see the dwarf step up and say, "Now, if that isn't a sign that we should be acting and not shivering in our boots, then I don't know what is." You see Kendrick turn around and go, "Froth, if you're suggesting what I think you are, then well, it could cost more lives." Says, "Well, it's better than sitting in here waiting for that thing to come back."
What thing?
What thing?
Apologies, I'll get you up to speed. Recently, a giant had been spotted. It broke into the mead hall and stole several kegs of our last mead. It's more
Are you
precious
sure it's
now
a
than
gi-
ever.
You're sure it's a giant and not just a large person?
There were several sightings. A man towering. It was easily able to buckle the doors on the actual distillery. And that thing's got a beam in the way. So yes, I'm pretty certain it was a giant of some kind.
And you want
we
to
can
head
take
out.
him.
And you want to head out after it to recover your mead or get revenge or stop it taking more mead.
Aye, we're sitting here. Days go by, and it's not the first time it's raided us. It's come back for more. Stolen several kegs. We haven't got any kegs to spare. We can't even bloody make the stuff anymore.
Have you tried setting up an ambush, traps and things? If you know it's coming, you've got all the advantages.
Well, that's why we tried to fortify the door again with like solid beams, but it was too strong.
Does it come on a regular timing, or is it just random
not
when
really.
it stacks?
No, we couldn't predict when
Thursdays
it
at
was.
7.
If it was
Right
that
then.
predictable, we would have laid some trap, but no, it's come
I
twice so
don't-
far. And it'll come a
don't
third
normally-
time unless we go out there.
don't normally advocate this, but why not poison a couple of barrels and leave it for it to find? When it drinks the barrels, it'll die of the poison.
Had we poisoned, maybe. We don't just have that lying around. Look,
Don't need to
it's.
kill rats up here? That's odd. I don't know
Did
if a
someone
single
say
southern.
it's rat? You see, there's a tabaxi that exits out from the kitchen. Oh, don't worry, I've been handling the rat problem.
Ah, well,
Oh,
maybe that's
good.
why they don't need poison.
Hmm.
Mr. Froth over here, the dwarf says, what are you up to in there, Glint? You locked yourself away in the kitchen for hours. As I said, I was
Glint?
dealing with the rat. Glint, yes, pleased to meet you. I work here at the distillery, and well, yes,
You said
sadly.
something about you've been looking after the rats, so you have rat powder, or
Oh,
do you mean
uh,
in a more active way?
no, the rats are all dead. But no, we didn't use poison. Something else got to them, I think, but it's
What
not a
is your
problem
full name,
anymore.
Glint? What is your full name, Glint?
Glint in the dark.
Ah, and where are you from?
Oh, well, I originally hail from uh, Blakely Castle.
Interesting. Is your clan there or
Clan?
pride? I'm not sure. I'm not sure
Ah,
what you call your group, your family grouping
oh,
in this
no, no,
part of
no.
the world.
No, us tabaxi travel far and wide, but no, I have no clan or tribe, so to speak. But I do come from a long line of rather inventive and clever tabaxi family. They're always coming up with brand new ideas.
Interesting. Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Ashanti, and this is Hulla, and this is my first friend up here, 607, and this is Geist.
Ah, a pleasure, one and all.
Hmm. Oh,
Uh, Speaking of new ideas, I have just come to an epiphany of one, and I must away and return back to business. And I'll see you all later, I'm sure. And he kind of like almost skips away excitedly, like humming to himself. One door closes, one door opens. You hear him lock the kitchen door. Ugh. Anyway, as we were saying, look, if you don't do anything, Kendrick, I will. And he says, look, I'm the speaker. I should be making the final decision. Well, then do something. All right. Yes, to your point. We'll take a few men out there and see if we can find its tracks. Didn't leave too long ago with that last keg. We know which direction
Well,
it went this time.
and
Do you know
just be,
um,
why it's in the mead?
The
Just
mead
to
is like
drink it,
gold,
or
and probably. But I can tell you, the mead is worth more than its weight in gold at this point. We've fallen upon hard times. We're unable to even make any more. We rely on bees pollinating, but to make the honey. But of course, not a single flower has bloomed in over 2 years. So we're left to our dwindling stock.
I mean, I have a jar of a red honey-like substance, if that helps.
You guys must be sent by gods themselves. Please, yes.
I'll hand
He,
it
he
over,
approaches.
I'll hand it over because mead is important, and just be like, I mean,
He
if you
says,
got
"For your
anything
good,
that could be useful for travelers, then we'd appreciate it. But otherwise, I'm happy to help.
for your deeds and your generosity, please, you're more than welcome to stay here, or even in my own lodge, free of charge. I'll be heading out anyway, so if you need a place to rest up, then
Um,
you can stay in my own house."
yes. Would
thank you. We'll take that, I think.
Would the aid of something skilled at tracking help you?
I must. I can't ask any more of you. You've done more than enough.
I mean, I've got
So,
I'm just going to be blunt. I've got a magically summoned wolf that is probably going to disappear at some point. So I could lend. You could borrow that. Might as well get some use out of it.
If they're well
we're planning
trained.
to stay here. I mean, they'll do what I say, so I can just tell them to obey you, and I guess that should work.
I might be able to pick up the scent. All right. Yes,
I could also
we'll
lend you a polar bear.
Oh. Okay, let's... He seems a little...
The wolf's probably enough, to be honest, if you just track them.
Yeah. Right,
I'll leave the polar bear as a guard of the town for you, if you're taking some men out.
Thank you. You're very kind, all of you. Olivessa says. All right, then. Olivessa, you look after the kids. I'm going to go round up a couple of the men.
Yeah.
Before the kids come here. I have a question before we leave you with this random stranger. Come over here by the table.
So they follow you over.
I'll make sure you're not being influenced by anybody else.
Okay. Olivessa is definitely looking at you with a raised eyebrow.
Question number 1. You're not a murderer, are you?
They look at each other, confused. No. But
good. You don't seem like the type.
I could have done something to save Papa. I should have run. I should have
Well, you're not a murderer. That's okay. Question number 2. Do you want to go with this woman over here, or do you want to go with a magic, powerful woman who wants to raise you to be magical and powerful as well?
Roll a persuasion check. You're obviously trying to... That does sound like a bias. Sounds like a biased way of putting it. We'll see if they can be swayed. Magic?
Oh my god.
Yeah, maybe we can use magic. Find Mama.
Could help. And, because my group said that if you wanted to go with us to this other person, then they said they would abide by what you kids decided.
Actually, I
it's
didn't.
Not my decision. It's your decision.
I said that kids are too young to be tempted by the possibilities of magic and not considering what else would be cost them, like their soul. You'd never find your parents again.
You said if they wanted to go, you would allow it because it's their choice. It's their life.
I don't believe that I said that.
You said that very specifically.
I don't believe that I said that. I believe I said that kids were too young to make the decision, I think.
Nope, I heard you like an hour ago saying it's their decision if they want to go, and I'm letting them make the decision. Do they want to go with this person who did not come to see if they were even alive for 3 days, or the woman who wants them and will raise them to be powerful spellcasters?
Powerful spellcasters.
Raise them to be.
We don't.
Powerful.
Do you deny that?
Slaves.
We don't know what We don't know what they want.
Well, we know that this woman here did not come and visit them. We know that the woman here did not come and see them for 3 days.
I mean, would you if
the farm is literally the farm is literally 10 minutes up the road.
Yeah, I don't think very much of the adults here, but that doesn't mean that we should hand them over to the first HAG who comes around. I mean, for goodness sake.
It wasn't the first HAG. It was happening to be the first HAG who told us these kids were in trouble. We came, we found the kids in trouble, and she said, "Hey, if they want to come back to us, we'll let them make their choice."
Does anybody else remember me saying this? Because I don't remember me saying this.
I very specifically remember you making this.
I'm pretty.
I very distinctly remember you saying
if I did,
you all said it's their choice. We'll let them make the choice. We can offer it to them.
They were teenagers.
Then make
That's right. Yes.
If you're going to ask them to make
an assumption on the kid's age.
If you're going to,
you made an assumption on the kid's age.
If you're going
I'm asking
to
the kids.
I'm letting them make this decision, don't make the choice seem biased and weighted in the direction that you want them to go, 607. Tell them the full truth.
Very well. Children, here's the truth.
Yes?
This woman over here knew that your parents were dead, did not know you were alive, and did not come to see you for 3 days, did not come to check on you for 3 days, left you for dead.
Because they were terrified of the creature that killed your parents.
They didn't know what killed the parents. They thought it was oral.
They saw a giant. They saw a giant rock come down from the sky.
Guys, they didn't even know. They didn't come to check. If they thought everybody was dead, why didn't they come to at least check to make sure? No, they left the kids to die.
Because they were scared.
You think we're not scared? We lost somebody yesterday or the day before.
Yes.
You think we're not scared? And yet we're pushing through.
Yes, but we didn't see the giant monster that they saw.
Yeah, we saw different giant monsters. Literal giant monsters.
We're also literally adventurers. You came up here specifically for that reason.
I
so
did not
not everyone is equipped with the
you
same
don't know the
levels
reason
of...
that I'm up here. You don't know the reason that I came up here. I'm holding you to your word.
And I did not swear anything. I thought they were a lot older. I thought they were teenagers. They're too young.
Not my fault you made that assumption.
And when I found out the truth, 607. When I found out the truth, I changed my mind.
You went back on your word. Yeah, you went back on your word when you found out.
I never gave my word. I never gave my word.
You said if they wanted to go with the hag, and by the way, yes, it's a hag. Then
what's a hag?
Ashanti, can you help me?
Eats human flesh.
What?
She's a monster. She's a monster who eats human flesh. She killed fishermen.
We literally saw her do so. 607.
You didn't see her killing.
We saw her wind entrails and put them into her stew and then eat that stew.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you definitely did see that. And you saw a beheaded man as well, like on the side of the little kitchen.
We also saw the other body had pieces torn out of it, and she said she was done with it.
Yeah, flayed. That wasn't the giants doing for sure. The children, upon hearing this about eating human flesh, definitely look very worried and concerned, and they seem to slightly back away and head towards Olivissa. They're saying, really, thank you for the offer, mister, but it sounds safer here.
Fine, stay with the people who don't care about you. I'm gonna walk out of the building.
What is up with him? Does he seem unusually
I think he feels worse for Barritomus than he lets on, or perhaps
he makes a good point. I told us we should have gone out there. Told us we should have checked on him. Froth seems just as angry as well.
He doesn't seem to have any faith in the people of the towns because, to be honest, and I kind of agree with him on this point, they've not really shown any reason. The towns that we have visited so far sacrifice people to try to save themselves, manipulate that system in order to try to save themselves, and in some cases turn people away just because they look a bit different.
Hey, you're not wrong. People's spirits have been broken. They don't have anything to live for here. The good meat is all we had left, and even that's slowly running out. And you're right. Even Froth is right. I can't just stand here and do nothing anymore. Which is why I'm going to take some men and hunt down that other monster. And we'll face whatever comes our way.
It's a start, at least.
If you'll excuse me. Here. He puts the key in your hand, guys. That's the key to my house. And it's the one I'm sure the others can show you show you to it. Clean beds, warm fire.
Ashanti wants to follow 607 out of the hall and check on him.
Yeah, sure enough. You come out, you see 607, I don't know where you've gone, but you would definitely hear Kendrick leaving and gathering some men to leave Goodmead. So that's happening. You can catch up to him if you want.
Yes,
Ashanti.
I would like to catch up with him and going, hey, you're the first person I met up here.
I'm not a person.
You are a person. I don't care what anybody says. You are funny and charming and amazing and a wonder every day. But today you weren't. Are you okay? Is there something I can do? I'm a good listener, I'm told. I can sit and sharpen
we do
my...
things for everybody else, and nobody ever listens to me. That's fine. Everybody
like
seems to want to save the people here, but no, the people here don't want to be saved. That's the fact. They don't care for each other.
I really understand how you're feeling right now, because I have been so frustrated by the fact that they would just pull a name from a hat and send that person into the wilderness to die.
Yeah, they were perfectly okay with leaving these children to die, not checking on them. Remember how we saw them in that house? They were terrified of everything.
Well,
they wouldn't have lasted. One more day, they would not have lasted, and they wouldn't have lasted if they had run. Not against those crag cats. When people here didn't even bother to try to look.
I totally agree with you on that. I'm just not 100% sure that sending them to a hag is the better option for them.
I'm not saying it's the better option for them. It's a better option for us. It gets Barry back. I don't care about the kids either. I want to get Barry back. That's it. He's useful.
He is useful. He is absolutely, I was so mad at him when the frost giant got him, because I had said run, and I had said go. I'm a half-orc. I can hardly ever be killed, and I can run fast when I have to. And I was so mad that he didn't run, because nothing that frost giant did would have killed me all the way dead. And I believe that Hulla could easily have brought me back, or you could have brought me back, and I would have been okay. And if I could trade anything that is mine, and force Barry to go, I would. But I can't bring him back.
You're worth more to me than Barry is. I'd rather have you. Between the two of you, I'd rather have you than Barry.
I'd rather have you than anybody else up here. I agree. You are one of the truest friends I've ever had in my whole life.
That's not a good thing.
No, that's a wonderful thing, because you've got such heart and such soul. And if we can find a way to get Barry back without trading two very young, very small, very scared little ones, then I would do that. If not, I will look for another companion and see if they will join us on the quest, and I will do my very best to be better than I was last time. I mean, I don't know how I could have gotten him to move, but I would have. I should have done something, thrown him. I know dwarf tossing is a funny joke, but at the moment I should have done that. So I know how you feel. I know how you feel. I really do.
You do? I'm not sure you do. I don't know if anybody knows how I feel. Or how I think.
Tell me, because you are such an amazing, incredible person. I do want to know. I want to know, so I'll stop talking and you tell me. Tell me what I need to know to help me understand.
What are we working towards up here? As a group, not talking about personal goals, but as a group, what are we working towards? We go find out where the fisherman died. Okay, we did that. We go find the killer. Okay, we did that. We go find this giant that's stealing beer. Okay, we did that. What's the end goal? What's the point?
To be perfectly honest, the
does it make anybody's lives better?
Yes,
does it change anything up here? Does it get us closer to anything?
Every small kindness is like a candle in the dark. And a single candle cannot bring much light to the darkness. But 100 candles or 1,000 candles will light up
people
the
don't
night.
want to be candles in the dark. They don't want to look after each other. Are they worth saving, really?
I think they've lost their way. I think they have been here in the dark and in the cold and have lost so much that they're slowly losing themselves. I think these are the people that were too scared to run and now don't have a choice but to stay. I think these are the people who wanted so much to believe that things would get better and have had their hopes dashed every single day. Every blizzard, every whiteout, every death in their towns, every moment that they've gone hungry, I think has cost them. And I think that you and I still have hope and belief in goodness.
You think I still have hope?
I think it might be buried right now, but I think that if we took you apart down to every single piece, I would not find a mean piece of you, because you came here with hope and you came here with belief and you came here on an adventure. And I think that it's a bad day, and God knows I've had them. I've had too many bad days, but it is
I'm not a good person, Ashanti.
Yes, you are, and I'm not going to stop believing that. I am not going to stop believing that.
I know that there were little jokes about it before, but you know I'm not a good person.
I don't know anything of the sort. You are a good person, no matter what anybody in your past has told you, no matter what anybody else has done. You have shown it 100 times over. You've shown it in the way you care and the way you act and the way you help. You don't stand aside and let other people take the brunt of the battle. You don't
I literally stayed at the back of the battle against the Cry Cats. I literally was at the back, letting other people take all the damage.
But that's
how I fight. That's what I do. I'm not the one that takes the brunt of the damage.
But you're not supposed to. You're our spellcaster. You Yeah, okay. All right. So, what would it have helped if I had stood behind you? Nothing. That's because
No,
Roar,
that's not the
barbarian.
point.
Big
That's not the
giant.
point.
It
The
is.
point
It's
is I'm
like you're
not a good
telling.
person.
Okay.
Nobody
All
here's a
right.
good person.
You are. You're like telling your hands that they need to do the job of your feet and walk. You can walk on your hands. Well, I can't. I used to when I was little. But you can't walk on your hands forever. That's the job of your feet. So you're a pair of hands in our group, and you do the things that the hand do. I'm like the feet. I go running after things. It's I charge in, and think later. But that doesn't mean at all that you are a bad person because you have a different job. I mean, seriously, in a caravan, not everybody can be the cook. Not everybody can be the wagon master. Not everybody can care for the oxen or the mules. It's a team effort. And you're right. I don't know what our team is doing. I know what I'm doing, and I'm trying to stay alive while I do it. And I think Bits and I have a better chance of staying alive if I'm with a group of people.
Shift topics. What is your personal goal, Akshan? It's not to save the people of the 10 towns. Is it to come up and connect with your mother's home? To connect to find the thing that killed her when
The
so
last,
long ago? Like,
the last caravan we were on, we were attacked by bandits, and my mother did what my mother's supposed to do. She went charging out towards the bandits, at least where we thought they were. What we didn't know is they had stationed crossbow people and on the other side of the road, and one of them got a 1 in a million shot. My mother was dead before she hit the ground, and there was nothing Ayala and I could do. And when it was all over, my dad was the most broken person I'd ever seen. It was like the whole world ended for him when my mother died. And he stopped paying attention to the things that keep you alive. He stopped caring about where he was and what he was doing, and sort of moved through the world like a ghost that had a body. And he was kicked by one of the oxen when we got to base camp, and it just shattered his leg. I mean, it was a million pieces. And Ayala and I pulled all pooled all of our money, and we got a healer that kind of put him back together, but he can't walk, guys. He can kind of limp along with a cane or crutches, but my funny, fierce, amazing father can't fight, and he stopped fighting. And I lost my mom, but I'm not going to lose my dad. I'm going to fight for him, and I don't know what I'll find. I'm hoping for a miracle.
so you're up here to find a cure for your dad, find a way to get him better?
Yes.
What? Is that the goal?
And
Return to him with some sort of miracle that he can stand
I
again?
hope something that will let him fight again, that will get him up out of that chair and give him. I just want to go walking with my dad and my sister, and I, I love the caravan roads. I mean, you see something new every day, even if you've seen the city 50,000 times. There, the, the next time you walk in, there is going to be something different. There's going to be something amazing. And I just... What was that?
I don't know. Probably somebody
Dear,
abusing the
saying
children.
no?
I don't know.
Speaking of which, I think maybe we should go in and check on them, given that somebody just shouted no. But yes,
Well, how
I'm
about
hoping
this?
for...
You go in, check on them. I'm gonna stay out here, but you're too good for this place, Ashanti. The 10 towns,
No,
you're too good for it.
maybe, but I'm not too good for the friends I've made here. I think that we complement each other. And you know what? 607, when this is all done, you're going to come home with me and you're going to find that you're a part of a bigger family. And maybe we can walk the roads from, from Weep all through the dales and see the world. I would love to go on that adventure with you. And you'll see that there are good people out there.
Don't hold your breath on that happening. Like I said, I'm not a good person, and I'm gonna walk away on that.
I'm gonna give him 607 a giant hug and say, "Let me go check on the kids. Do not walk into the woods. Don't make me bids follow you." All right. So I'm gonna dash back in and look to see if there's something going on.
All right. I have given you both inspiration for that. Amazing role playing and touching moment between you two. And we're gonna quickly speed this along because short of time, and I want to get to something in particular. So everyone can have a long rest as they stay in good mood. Okay, just get that out of the way. All have a long rest. And I'm also going to... You guys said that you wanted to set out to Bremen. Was that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, this is the
We're
point.
gonna...
This is what Holly's gonna argue to Geist, is that we don't have time to be chasing monsters. We need to get to Bremen to the temple.
I think that sounds good. And is everyone on board for that? Get to Bremen?
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend the night looking over the scroll that I have. I just want to make sure I understand it before I use it.
Okay. It
Yeah.
is a little bit advanced.
I'm not copying it or anything like that. I'm not like gonna use it
No.
anyway. I'm just going
That's
to
fine.
study it to make sure I know how to use it when I do.
Do you want to have a dummy run on how to use it? You don't have to use it right now, but I'll say that basically, when casting a spell that you can't actually access to, you need to actually roll an Arcana check. Now, the very fact that this is on your spell list means that you're able to attempt this. Otherwise, someone else would need some sort of like training in Arcana or something. But what you do is you roll an Arcana check. The DC equals the spell's level plus 10. So in this case, it's a third level, DC 13. So you've actually only got about a 50-50 chance of succeeding with this fireball.
Okay.
But regardless, yeah, that's... You can have a little dummy run. I like that you're like practicing it and seeing how it works. That is a success. So that would be a successful cast of fireball. So you're like going over it in your head, like putting the scroll down and then trying to do the somatic and verbal components aloud, and going through the motions. You think you've got it. You think you can probably cast this. It's within your wheelhouse, but in the moment could be a little bit risky.
Yeah.
This isn't something that's second nature to you yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a risk reward thing right now. I'm not. I'll just that's it for now.
All right. Other than that, I am actually going to fast travel you all the way back to Bremen, just because again, there's something we need to get to that's been in the background. So Bremen. Woo. Meanwhile, Faith has been traveling all the way back here, and she greets you with open arms as you arrive back. As soon as word hits town and you're back in Bremen, Faith eagerly greets you, and she runs out into the cold winter breeze and says, "You guys are back! Oh, thank goodness! Wait, what? And she notices immediately. Where's Barritomus?
He
Yeah,
fell in battle.
No! Oh no, I should have been there.
It wouldn't have made a difference unless you can bring back the dead.
Oh, goodness.
The
Maybe with
Can you bring back the dead?
I'm
Just
afraid
asking.
that's never been known. Oral is not a merciful god.
Yeah, I just thought I'd ask.
But maybe Hades is. I've been speaking with Danica. Oh, please, you've got to see what she found. She rushes you to the Church of Hades, where I'll drag all your tokens as well. So, in we go. Where is it? There it is. All right, you come back to the once seemingly abandoned church. The cold blue fires outside illuminate this this stony structure, and as you enter in with, I'm assuming, Barry's body as well, Faith leads you up past the acolytes, seated at the sides of their altars, offering prayers to the god of the underworld. Though it seems quiet, you can hear a slight muttering at the back, something under their breath. You can see Danica seems to be poring over the notes of some book, and sitting at their shoulder is a very curious Chewinga, who seems to be playing with some of the bones, like rolling them around in a bowl. It seems they've become acclimated to each other's company by now, as Danica doesn't seem to be perturbed by the Chewinga's fiddling. And the fidgeting Chewinga looks up and sees you all, and then sort of jumps to attention. And you can smell the scent of like wildflowers as you approach. And you see Danica sees you all approach, and again takes this deep, reverent bow, and says, "May the darkness embrace you, Hulla. Welcome. You have returned."
May the Lord greet you with mercy. Thank you. I'm glad that Faith was able to reach you with the Chewinga.
Yes.
I hope you were able to find what you wanted.
Chewinga knows many secrets about this world. Many things yet to be uncovered. I sense
Odd creatures, aren't they?
you carry death with you, Hulla. I sense grim tidings.
Well, literally in this case. I don't know if you have a resurrection spell or a whatever it is to bring people back from the dead. This was stronger than my feeble powers of healing could help. And I know that we're supposed to guard the doorway to death and let death be, but this isn't right. He was killed in a single glance by a creature that should never have existed in the first place. An undead frost giant, kept alive like a slave to a hag. It was every kind of wrong. And if we truly are guarding the righteousness between death and life, then this death was wrong. This should never have happened. And if there's anything that we can do, I beg you.
It is not me you need beg, but the keeper of the damned and dead himself. What you speak of, this resurrection, She seems to almost bite her own tongue as she says this. This is blasphemy under the tenets of the Church of Hades. You know this. And yet you ask of this? You ask me of this? To betray my own beliefs. You see the two other acolytes seem to raise from their altars, and they stand silently as almost witnesses to this, Hulla, behind you.
Please, if the temple, if you can't help us, can you at least tell us who will? I'll stay faithful to the temple, but I'll send my friends along, if that's what we need. But there's got to be someone who can help. I know we're not the only ones who are desperate, but I truly believe that bringing Barritomus back is for the good of everyone. He was helping us solve this mystery and figure out what's going on. He's part of the reason that we've had the success that we have. We need him if we're to right the wrongs here.
She begins kind of clearing the altar, picking up this large tome. The same one you saw at the very beginning, guys. If you remember what you spied an eye on it. She closes it, and the Chewinga suddenly hops down, knowing that space needs to be cleared, and says, "Bring him forth. I do not promise anything yet. But let me see if what you said was true. This was the felling of an undead creature. I will know it."
You'll see that I'm telling the truth. But yes, and I carry Barry's body up to the altar, lay him down.
Faith helps you out and lays him out. And when you say lay him, he is still almost completely like frozen solid. And so he's almost still in that same pose, sort of standing, casting that spell ready. His eyes still locked in that same position as if he's looking down that icy tunnel, facing his death. Danica steps away from the altar for a moment and seems to conjure the blue flames around her. The Barry just spoke. She's cast Speak with Dead. I just saw the little speech bubble pop up next to him. Then she coalesces the blue flames around and sort of breathes them in for a moment, and you see underneath, almost like veil-like appearance, just a brief glimmer of her own eyes. She gazes down upon Barry, and they seem to flare with that same cold blue. She tilts her head very slowly, gazing upon This will not work.
What won't work?
I cannot speak with the dead if they are not truly dead.
Wait, he's not. Where is he? If he's not dead,
He seems
please.
to be in a state in between. Frozen stillness upon his soul. This state is closer to that of a petrification. I've seen it once before. A basilisk turned adventurers to stone with a single glance. Tell me, there is no physical injuries over the body. What exactly killed him?
It was an undead frost giant just looked at him and did something. And then he just, yeah.
Much like the basilisk gaze, seems Barritomus' soul has been frozen shut. His veins, they feel as cold as my own. Blood has turned to ice. There may be a way to reverse this. This does not go against the tenets of the Church of Hades, but it does walk a thin line, Hulla stand.
Just tell me what I need to do, what we need to do. We'll do almost anything.
She lifts up the book again and places it on the chest of Barritomus and opens it. And Geist, you saw this once, one of the very first sessions. You saw that it. What do you remember actually, Geist? What did it depict?
Oh, it's stretching my mind back. I honestly don't remember. Top of my head. Can I roll something to see what Geist remembers?
No need. I was just curious if you remember. There are depictions of dragons, and the dragon-like structures, like skeletal structures, like bones.
Oh, yeah, it was like the Draco sort of thing, right?
Sort of that, yeah. If you imagine, that's what you as a player would imagine.
Yeah.
But no, the Danica says these are dragon bones. I do not possess any myself, but I hear legend that they exist out there in Icewindale, half buried beneath the snow. Only the bone and power of that dragon's soul may we unfreeze Barritomus' soul.
We just have to bring him back? What? I don't
The
understand.
bones.
The bones.
You must bring back the bones, Hulla.
The dragon bones.
Yes.
And you'll what? You'll do a spell?
There is a ritual.
Hulla, are the dragon bones in a real living dragon or
No,
dead dragon?
I think based on what they just said, buried beneath the ice, so it's going to be dead dragon, right? Or undead dragon.
They are half buried in the snow. The Chewinga, through a very difficult communication, has offered me direction. Do you have a map?
We have a map? Yeah, of course we do. Of course we do.
Okay, so you lay it out on the tablet, and she marks on your map. If you go to it, there is a tribe, a clan of Goliath. They reside here, in a place known as Worm Doom Crag. Chapter 2. They also reside here, in Sky Tower Shelter.
We met a group of Goliaths, didn't we?
We did meet a group of Goliaths. I don't know if it was from there.
That's a lot. They did say they were up in that area, and Sky Tower Shelter rings a bell. Is that where they said they were from?
Don't remember. I just remember the game was a lot of fun.
Because they said if we wanted...
The tribe belonged to the Sky Tower.
So either of those Goliath tribes will have what we need?
Just the one. Wormdoom Crag is home to a particular clan. They are known as Thun Lokalaga. They have the bones we need.
All right. Well, it sounds like we can just go get some bones and come back, and things will be better.
Is there a time?
Are you looking at the map? You're looking at the map where to see how far we have to go.
It's very far. Oh boy, it's very far.
And that's
It's
far
very
out into
far.
all
It's in
this.
mountains. There's nothing around. It's not an easy journey.
No.
The Goliaths patrol this land. They use griffins to hunt as well. I hear that none have been able to claim them. They have managed to endure throughout the years of this endless winter. They are hardened folk. However, they are not known to be welcoming, though.
Nobody's welcoming up here, so that's fine.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Par for the course.
So what do we? What do they want for what will they want for a dragon bone? Like, do they want gold? Do they want people?
I
Because
may
we're not
know
trading people. We already decided that, right? 607.
No comment.
I may know my necromancy, but my divination is lacking. You will have to go there and beseech them yourself.
Oh, if they're anything like the Sky Tower lot, we might just have to prove ourselves to them.
But if we bring this dragon's bones back, then you can unfreeze Barry.
We
Is
can
that
restore him,
restore?
yes,
Okay. Okay.
only with the bones of a white dragon can we unfreeze the soul of Barritomus.
Is the age of the dragon important?
The dragon in question, I believe, is either an adult or an ancient. I've heard legends the size of their bones, but I believe there is simply one there.
Again, is this dragon still alive?
It has long since perished, whether by the Goliath's hand or something else.
Okay.
I'm sure they have a story to tell. In any case, it seems as though you do not have much time. Though his soul remains frozen, there is perhaps maybe days before the spell slowly thaws and his spirit escapes.
Days. It's gonna take us days to get there.
Do you have an
So
estimate of how many days?
Well, it's actually 47 miles by the crow flies.
Hmm.
So you can make it there within a 10-day quite easily. Like,
Can we
to
make it
East
there and
Haven,
back?
and back. Yeah.
there and back is now what is on the clock. Like, that's what's going to be the tricky part. But she does say, I suggest if you wish to save your friend, you leave with haste.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Thank you. That's yeah.
I guess we should go speak to Hiln and get that, and then if we can, maybe grab a couple of extra axe speaks or something. If we're going to be traveling that way, we'll need every provision we can get.
Right.
One of
We're
those
going to need to
fancy
go.
griffins.
Hmm.
Oh, the Goliath do not ride them. They are far too large for that, but they are well trained. Perhaps if you do befriend them, they will show or share their ways. In any case, in the meantime, I prepare this ritual. Learn its every incantation to make sure no mistake is made.
Can we leave his body with you? Will it be safe here?
It will.
Will you watch over it?
My acolytes
Please.
will help to preserve and extend this state. The thawing will
Excellent.
be slowed in the Church of Hades. Hopefully that'll buy you some time.
Thank you. That's everything that we need.
And
Thank the Lord of the Underworld. It is He who we serve. It is His light in the darkness that guides.
Thank his wisdom in leaving the door open.
She bows again, deep enough that her face is facing straight down onto the ground.
I will imitate that bow, facing the altar.
All right.
Grace will also imitate that bow.
All right. As you share this bow, you see the acolytes take Barry's body and sort of begin slowly casting a spell, which you'd recognize to be effectively like it's almost like the Hades version of a gentle repose, where they're in an attempt to sort of extend his life force, keep his soul here frozen rather than passing through that door. And a cold blue flame sort of dances over his frozen skin.
Right. Let's go
I'll come
see.
with you, Faith says.
I mean, it's your choice at this point, Faith. We're not going to, but it could be dangerous.
I feel guilty for not being there. It's just my way of repaying.
We'd welcome
making
another
right.
healer. You've more than proven yourself. But are you sure it's going to be dangerous? I don't think there's any roads here. I don't know how we're gonna get there. I don't know if we'll make it back in time.
I traveled through
these
the spine of the
Goliaths
world. I traveled through the spine of the world once before. I can do it again.
Were you by yourself or were you traveling with others?
I had others. They helped me, and there were other dangers. Mostly themselves. It's a story. I won't get into it, but it's part of the reason why I was alone when you met me. Not everyone is trustworthy in Icewindale.
You know, I think our good friend would totally agree with you on that. And after some of the things I've seen, I agree with you.
All right.
Yeah.
And then
607, you have somebody who totally agrees with your assessment.
Not that everybody in Icewindale is well, shady.
Yes.
Yep.
I think that's what Faith
Yep.
is trying to tell us.
Don't hire mercenaries from Luskan, and don't trust the Flaming Fist. That's what I'll say. All right, let's go. So yeah, you can head back to the 5 Tavern Inn, I think they're called. So it's a collection of brothers, and sure enough, the grizzled old veteran is still there, smoking on her pipe, feet up, drinking probably some slosh from the tankard. She sees you enter, and a big smile spreads across her face, and as she lets out a puff of smoke, kicks off her feet from the table, and says, "Ah, you're back."
Yes, and the problem has been dealt with.
With or without the authorities?
The authorities were unfortunately already involved.
We did not directly involve them, but they followed us to the scene of the crime.
And what did they have to say about it?
Honestly, I think they just seemed more worried, and considering everything else that had happened, I think it didn't seem too out of the ordinary for them. However, in other news, we may have potentially, at least for the time being, put a stop to their sacrifices.
Well done.
And also found out the reason for the murders, which might actually lead to the sacrifices being stopped in all of the towns.
Ha! Moradin be praised. I knew I was onto something when I hired you lot. Well, do you have any proof of his death?
I'm sure we took something, didn't we? I can't remember what.
Well, let's cut off his head.
Yeah, we probably got his head.
You did what? You're actually gonna bring it up? Maybe not in the tavern. You did. It was brutal.
Yeah. And Geist, who does not want to defile any bodies, didn't say anything about it. Just...
In this case, yeah. We needed the proof as part of him. We weren't going to take the whole body, but he wasn't happy about it. He just didn't say anything about it. But I think that was also because at the time, and still is, possessed.
Well, showing the head to Trollbane, she gives you a nod and a look of impressed. She says, "Well, that's certainly not the first notch on your hilt, is it now? That's a clean cut."
Well, it's easier when they're not moving around, you know. Figure we needed something to bring to you. This
I would
is
have found out one way or another. More curious than anything. But you've done well. I applaud your efforts, and you've made a grizzled old bounty hunter very pleased. Here, a whole bag of coin is slammed onto the table. As we agreed, 100 gold. Go on, take it. You've earned it. She kicks back again and takes us another half of her pipe.
Geist will take it and check the coins.
Yeah, 100 gold.
We need your advice. We need to get to the spine of the world quickly and as safely as possible. Unfortunately, the path that we took led to the death or the petrification or the freezing over. I wasn't quite sure what the priestess was saying of one of our compatriots, and it's our duty to try to bring him back. In order to bring him back, we need to get an item from the spine of the world. Can you give us any advice?
Axe beaks. Get yourself some axe beaks.
We've got
I'd love
one.
to, but we only have 100 gold.
100 gold.
And those things are worth 50 gold.
They are 50 gold. I see you already got one out there. Two more. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Looks like you only need one more.
I mean,
What do you mean we only need one more?
How many people can they carry?
Oh, one. Oh,
Right.
yeah, sorry. I'm coming. Faith comes out from behind the rest of you. Oh, sorry, I'm here too.
I mean,
Look, if it's gonna slow you guys down, I can always catch up.
No, Faith, we don't. Either you stay here in the city where you're safe, or you ride with us. But we're not going to do this. Okay, let me ask you this. During our adventures, we happened to take out a crag cat. I have its pelt.
Oh.
Do you think that this is something we could sell or trade for?
Well, while you're in town, have a little talk with Tally. In fact, it's probably about dinner time by the time you get here, so everyone's in the 5 Tavern Center. So it's not too hard to bring Tally over. Here she is. She's looking spry, looking chipper as she approaches, and is very pleased to see you guys. And you tell her the news of a crag cat, and she's fascinated by this. Oh, did you see the shimmering fur? I heard tales that it can turn spells. And
it definitely can.
Amazing. Yes.
Please,
Yep.
if you have that, I'll be willing to pay for a closer look at it.
I'll roll it out. I'll pull it out of my backpack, roll it out, and I'll put the claws around it so that they can see the claws and the pelt.
Fascinating. These are perfect samples. Well done in skinning this. She is taking furious notes, but you can also share the notes, everything else. I know you've made notes in the background, Jamie, about all the other things you've encountered.
Yeah.
And yeah, you give her all of these notes, and in return, she doesn't have. She did give you a scroll last time, but Trollbane says, rather than rolls of paper, these fine folk are looking for a bit of gold.
Or axe beaks. If you have axe beaks that are healthy and have their riding saddles, I would love to make a trade.
I don't have much gold. But I do have. Well, you've given me so many notes. I guess I'll be here for a while, making notes myself. You could borrow my axe beak.
We would. I mean, we're going to be back in 10 days.
We can't guarantee that the axe beak will come back, though. I mean, we'll do our best, but there's a lot out there in the world that is beyond our control.
If it's for the good of the research, it's a worthy sacrifice.
We'll be potentially looking at the bones of an ancient white dragon.
She gasped. You gotta bring me back some, please. Anything like a claw or scale.
We'll see what we can do.
We're gonna try.
We will do our best.
Which would make us one short on axe beaks if we buy 2.
Buy 2, she'll give you a third.
That gives us 4.
What? The other option.
Well, why doesn't Geist just ride on one of his animals?
Well, so far we've got no guarantee of what one, but if we can't afford...
Yeah, but so far it's been a direwolf and a polar bear, which are both pretty good in the cold.
I mean, but they disappeared at the beginning of the day, so it happened to...
So you get a new one.
Yeah.
There is the option if we head back by Brandee, as it only takes us, a day to get there, and we'd have to go that way anyway. We could rent one there. It's only 18 gold to rent one for 10 days.
There you go.
That might work.
That's your solution.
I remember seeing it in the paper.
You are a genius, Sean. That's what Faith says. My God, you're a genius, guys. That's perfect.
Yes,
we'll
so
as long as it doesn't take us out of it doesn't take us out of the way we need to go.
No, because we've got to. I mean, it's Brandee that's on the way there, so we can easily make it to Brandee without too much difficulty. So if we get, if we buy an axe beak outright here, borrow the one from you, Tally, and then if we rent 2 in Brandee, because I don't know if we have enough to buy 2 and rent 1.
Right. Well.
Yeah.
Do you?
Sounds
so
right.
we rent 2.
Yeah. So if we buy 1 and then rent 2, or if we want. Actually, let me just check prices again a moment. Or what's 18 times 3? 18 times 3 is 54. Is I'm just double checking that.
Also, if you're going up into the spine of the world, well, mountain goats is what us dwarves use in the Dwarven Valley. They can climb like no one else. But
can we ride
them? That takes a wee while to accomplish. Most of the dwarves have got it down to a fine art, but you might struggle a little. Just stick with the axe beaks for now. That'll get you close enough. What I would do if I was you, she gestures to the map. travel far east from East Haven. Go around all the way. Don't enter the mountains until you're like only a couple of miles from the spine of the world. Travel across the flat tundra. That's where axe beaks thrive. Then you can make it real easy for yourself. And they're twice as fast. See, like this, she kind of draws out a path for you from East Haven. Make sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
I
have full confidence in you. So, to make this real quick then, so you're going to just borrow tallies.
Yeah, well, I was
Brandee.
actually just checking this. Amongst the party, ignoring the 100 gold, do we have 4 gold pieces?
I have 1.
I have 10 gold pieces.
Okay, so what Geist will suggest is we rent 3, which would be 54 gold, and we buy a second insulated tent with the other 50 gold.
Okay, I like
because
that.
that's gonna keep us alive better. I mean, technically, we really need 2 insulated tents, but that's out of budget. So
yeah, makes sense.
With one group,
we still have a regular tent,
on watch. Yeah,
and we do have a regular tent, which, whilst it won't protect much, I would imagine it's at least a +1 to like cold resistance.
It's nothing against the cold, sorry.
I was
it just
hoping,
keeps the rain off.
But like yeah, so it will at least keep them protected from the snow, if not the cold. And if we light a bonfire or some campfire, then that will help. Not ideal, but it's probably our best bet.
So, yep, once again, it looks like you guys have solved that issue. Traveling across the 10 towns isn't an issue for you, especially from Bremen to Brunshandi. You can get those.
Yeah.
So spend the gold, please, and
I will take the.
All right. So, do you need my 10 gold?
We just need 4 gold.
Okay. All right. I will give you 4 gold.
Yeah. So we'll rent 3 axe beaks, and I'm assuming because it's rent to own, it's essentially we pay the 18 gold for 10 days, and then if we get the rest of the money, we can pay off the remaining like 32 to buy it. Is that how that works? Because
we'll negotiate that later. Let's get a move on for now. You spend the gold, get another tent. Very good idea, because now you could probably just camp out in the tundra. It's going to take you a day get from Bremen to the outskirts of East Haven. Actually, scratch that. It'll be faster because you've now got axe beaks. It doubles your speed. It's insane. You can now make it to Wormdune Crag easily within like 3 days, I think. Like that is not out of the. There isn't as many roads. That's not the big deal though. It's still just a tundra at the end of the day, covered in snow.
So we've got
full speed.
We've used 2 days. So if it takes 3 or even 4 days to get there, we should have plenty of time to get back. Provided we don't waste too much time.
Assuming we keep all the axe beaks alive as well.
Yep.
That 3 days is including like the climb up the mountain. Okay, so
okay.
If it was just to here, that'd be like a day and a half. But it's once you get here, you're going to spend like a day climbing up through the mountain pass. So.
Potentially, with the help of the dwarfs, it might be quick to get back down, so we might actually be able to make it back quicker. Okay.
So, once again, this is going to sound crazy, but I'm actually going to skip over these 3 days. You're so fast on the axe because you've got insulated tents that just make it very, very easy for you to rest out.
So we can take a couple of long rests and get rid of the rest of our exhaustion?
That will depend on the weather, which of that a roll. Let's find out. 7. Oh god, it goes to a blizzard.
It's always a
Oh,
blizzard.
No, it goes. No, it doesn't. It goes down, but it can't go. Oh yeah, it can. It goes to a clear sky. Yeah, it just can't go
Ooh.
back up. That's actually really lucky. Yeah, yeah. So 7 hours as you move from town to town, buying up your axe beaks. Oops, daisy. That's a D. That's a D1. Oops. Oh no, it's a D6. So that's 5. 5 then goes to dense fog. That's not going to really hamper you travel wise. It just makes you a little bit blind. What's going on? That's the next. And then for the next 9 hours, light snow, nothing. Yeah, this is like easy going. So consider this already one long rest.
Okay, so I will just, because I've got everything else, I'm just knocking off an exhaustion.
Heavy snow gets a little bit rougher. I would need a frost check for this one, probably. So everyone can roll that. Just don't roll like a 1 or a 2.
Yay, dice. And Labras, I guess. Will
Montage this.
Only I have the prestidigitation +2 right now.
Oh, okay. Well, guys, that's a pass, regardless, still.
Well, mine was the 22. I did one for Labras as well.
Oh, Labras as well. Okay. Even with the 2, that's a success. All right. Yep, they're all good. Okay, and then this would be like the going into the 3rd day. Oh shit, goes to a blizzard. It's only for 5 hours though, but this one's rough. I need a frost check for this. DC 20 this time.
You need all of us to do it again?
Yes, please. We're just
Okay.
gonna.
Well, I didn't fail it by 5 or
Same.
more, but I did fail it.
Okay.
So
And
Again,
yeah,
I'm giving only myself the prestidigitation bonus.
and then
Okay.
Labras. Labras is fine.
Labras looks good. Oh no, Bits! No, Bits! Oh no! Oh god, Bits has got hypothermia. That's not good. Oh
Oh
shit!
my gosh. Are you gonna? Well, I mean,
It's only their
I'm just
first
gonna
level
pull.
of exhaustion.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull Bits
I'll
up.
give my bonus one to Bits now, since Bits is an innocent.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
thank
still not
you,
enough.
607. But
Especially,
I'm just gonna pull Bits up onto the axe speak
yeah,
because she probably shouldn't have been running all this time anyway with them.
that is
So
okay. And then this is like the last day. Oh, you're lucky. Goes to a dense fog. And that would bring the DC down low enough that you guys don't have to worry. The insulated tent keep you warm during the night.
Then we would have had a long rest, so I'm back to 1
Yeah.
level of exhaustion.
You're back to 1. Okay, so not that bad. And yeah, I know I montaged that, but there's a reason. Jesus, running out of time.
since we
Okay.
had a long rest, does Bits have to take a level of exhaustion?
No, they can go back to
Okay.
nothing. You're good. Really,
Okay.
this is not too much of a problem for any of you. It was only if you got unlucky, really, or if the weather got really unlucky. But it looks like you're good. So we can say that the travel was fairly uneventful and really speedy.
Okay.
You've never covered this much distance in such a short amount of time. The axe beaks are rocketing their way through the tundra. And before long, you've arrived at the spine of the world. Now, it isn't just mountain climbing. There is very clearly a path that has been carved out through the mountains that the Goliaths themselves use to travel goods and march down to hunt into the tundra. This path is noticeable by rocky flagstones, and up closer and closer you can see that there are runes adorning these stony flagstones. There are some sort of giant or maybe primordial language. You're not sure exactly. I don't think anyone speaks giant. So the runes are unknown to you. But they could be wayposts, they could be signs, or they could be like in reverence to some Goliath god you're not aware of. In any case, I'd say for now, it's fairly easy to locate the actual place very easily. Thing is, now you're going to Wormdoom Crag first, I take it, to get said
Yep.
bones, right? That would be what makes
Yes.
sense. Perfect. In that case, I'll drag you guys to the map. And likewise, the dangers surrounding Wormdoom Crag are mostly quelled by the fact that they're a group of expert hunters who obviously have patrols and make sure that this isn't just a it's not just wilderness as soon as they step outside their fortification. Wormdoom Crag, where is it? So for the most part, you don't actually encounter too much wildlife. Okay, Wormdoom Crag. Alright. I need to put some characters on the map. Bits is here. Hulla. All guys. Alright. And Faith. Faith is here too. Okay. Alright. As you approach this Goliath settlement, you can see up ahead there is a snowy mountain slope. And approaching, you could already see the bones. They are not well hidden. In fact, they are on full display as you approach. The remains of what was likely some massive, probably adult white dragon. If it was ancient, the wingspan would be like across the entire thing. But yeah, you can see fresh tracks in the snow. Why would they leave it out? Well, it's just easy, right? There are fresh tracks in the snow that make it relatively easy to find the settlement, as I mentioned, on the northern slope of a soaring mountain. So you didn't even have to go onto the other side of the spine. You're already on the side that this is located. And following these tracks have led you to a cave, outside of which the bones of a dragon lie half buried in the snow. Past these remains, torchlight flickers in a pair of tunnels that burrow into the mountain leading west and south. East of the dragon's bones, you can see there's these rough-hewn steps that seem to climb up to a 20-foot high, almost like open-air arena. You can see the steps almost like that of a coliseum there. The stone bleachers carved into the eastern wall there. Rising from the arena floor are more than a dozen pillars of rock. Each are about 5 to 8 feet tall and about a foot in diameter. Just all kind of like sporadically placed in this arena. And that's everything you see as you've approached. Yeah, you can still see the tracks. They're very fresh.
Did we
pretty big?
Should we announce ourselves, or do we just steal the bones and run? I feel like that would be a bad idea. But
well, how many bones do we need? How much do we need? The whole thing?
I think we just need one.
But one for Tarly, so at least
one?
2 if we can. One, absolutely.
Like, how
2,
big?
maybe.
Like one small one, or one like the same size as the first one?
They didn't specify, so I would assume any bone, but I don't think just stealing them from a group of expert hunters who use flying creatures as part of their hunting seems smart, so...
Let's knock on the door and ask. I mean,
yep.
If they say no, we'll figure out what to do after that.
Exactly.
We just kill them all and take the bones.
You know, 607, there are days I can yeah, I can totally support that. But yeah, I have a feeling it might be something as simple as, you know, playing those games again.
Oh, I really
that
hope
was
so.
a lot of fun. That was so much fun. I agree with you. I hope so too.
Plus, we probably won't die. I think. I mean, less chance of dying.
Well, let's go knock on her door.
Who's gonna walk up first?
I'll walk up first. So, but the bits stay. All right, and then walk up.
Faith, maybe you should hang back as well for now.
Follow you.
All right, and so at the head of the dragon is.
There's a cave, 2 cave entrances.
Okay, so that's what I'm seeing right there is a cave entrance.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
How big are the bones?
They're pretty massive. Like,
Okay.
they used to belong
So
to an adult
it
tree.
would be noticeable if I tried to take one right now.
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Anybody on
Ashanti.
guard?
The sound
Hello?
of metal hissing as it cools echoes towards your ear through this warm, 10-foot high chamber. You get closer, and then you start to see around the corner the footsteps of a large female barbarian with a glowing javelin is standing near a barrel of water, and she submerges it and then points it in your direction suddenly. And she picks up the hammer from the anvil in the center where this cave is illuminated. And she points the weapons in your direction and says, "Halt! Who are you?"
Halting. Gonna put my hands up. We are here to talk to whoever owns the bones of the white dragon outside. We need them for a spell to bring a friend back from petrification, frozenness, something. Can you direct us to who owns the dragon bones?
She places the hammer firmly onto the anvil, and at her side, she pulls out this small war horn. And without even a moment's hesitation, she lets out a short, quick burst, alerting a great number of other Goliaths that you can hear coming around the corners of the other caves.
Is she doing metalworking? I mean,
yeah,
when you
she's
say
a
an anvil.
blacksmith. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She's a weaponsmith.
It's I assume you've called the others, but can I please
wait right there?
Please see the weapons. Please, that is glowing spear. Who wouldn't want to see a glowing spear? And oh my gosh, are you working on a warhammer? Can I please
Spare your
come closer?
flattery. Spare your flattery and
this
stay
is-
your hand. You immediately are surrounded effectively by Goliath warriors. They're wearing full cold weather clothing. They have javelins and great axes in their hand. All right, outsiders. You best back away. Go on. Outside.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You see several more warriors out here. And you, back there, step away from the bones.
Okay. Is this where you want us to go, or?
That's far enough. What brings you to Wormdoom Crag? You hear the other one speak up. They're here to borrow them, apparently, for their friend, Fallen Hunter, I suppose?
Exactly so.
Yes.
Yes.
Not, or earn. We've met a troop of Goliaths that were on a hunt for a polar bear, and we had an amazing round of games with them. If we could, if we can't just take the bones, maybe we could earn them through games.
What should we do, High Hunter? And you see them talk to the weaponsmith. She steps forward, narrows her eyes, still with a kind of glowing red-hot javelin. She says, "Does any of you recognize them? Did any of you partake in this game of theirs?" No, Wayani. We do not know them.
This was not our games. It was so much fun. It was tests of strength and of speed, and we truly enjoyed the few moments we spent on the roads. It was a break from the blizzards and the cold and angst and worry.
More and more Goliaths kind of gathering around to see who these outsiders are. And all of them still kind of give looks of confusion. Then you see Wayani High Hunter says, "Well, it would seem none of us recall this grand game. So unless you're telling lies, it can mean only one thing. You made friends with the Akhenathi clan. We
I don't
are not
know.
friends with the Akhenathi clan.
Oh, I'm losing my words. Geist, get up here and explain to them.
Geist will.
You're better with words.
It
Geist
sounds
just
like
sort
you
of.
explained well enough.
Geist just sort
Your
of looks at
friends-
them with like the better of words. It's like, since when?
Why don't you go
Stalling.
back to your like high little shelter? You can be friends with them. We have no interest in.
Well,
Akhenathi
then how
clan.
about a contest of hunting High Hunter?
She's listening.
On our journeys recently, we have slain 3 crag caps. We have fought an undead giant and other creatures. So perhaps there is something we can compete in to hunt in exchange for being able to borrow 2 bones. Well, take 2 bones would probably be more accurate. I'm not sure the spell will consume them. I don't really deal with magic. Does that seem more your style?
It is customary to always accept a challenge. But those dragon bones are not to be bartered with. They are sacred to our clan. I wouldn't
Okay.
dare defy our chieftain.
Then could we
And,
speak with your chieftain?
They all turn and look simultaneously towards the back and near the cave entrance, quietly listening to this discord. Has been a mountain of a yeah, I know they kind of look the same, but yeah, this is Chieftain Ogalai, Orc Splitter, Thun Lokalaga, and they step forward, hearing all of this talk.
You have a picture or?
I wish I did, but for now, I'm afraid you're just gonna have to use your theater of mind. But no, they didn't give me an art for Chief Ogalaga, sadly. But though I will say they are they are a excuse me, a very old female Goliath with grey hair, many scars, and a white cloak made of mountain goat hide. And she's just been leaning against the wall with her grey axe, and it's made of like a bone as well, probably the same dragon bones you're gazing at. Like the whole haft of the grey axe is made out of bone. And she's been gnawing on a pipe as well as she listens to this little dispute. She finally leans off of the cave and begins to approach and says, "Those bones are as old as our clan. And only the clan are deserving of them as trophies, or reagents, or whatever components you wish to use them for. You did not fell the beast. We did.
Then is there a way to gain clan membership so that we all prove ourselves worthy of the bones?"
There could be. But right now, all I'm hearing is that you are friends of the Akhenathi.
We competed with them, and
We can, yes.
They challenged us.
And Geist is going to mix the things a bit, and we defeated them.
Defeated them?
And we And because I'm potentially retconning here, if you'll allow me, and Geist will hold up the trophy that we got from them. Because they don't know otherwise.
They see the trophy. Yeah, are you trying to insinuate that you defeated them as in battle and you stole this trophy off them?
We defeated them in a test of skill and strength and speed. And
they say
we won this trophy from them.
They say, you should have felled them. You shouldn't have taken a trophy, but rather their heads.
Well, there is that, but with sentient enemies, isn't it better to leave them alive so they can wallow in the despair of their defeat? And come back a better challenge next time.
You can't help but see that there does seem to be almost a show of respect at that statement. But there also seems to be a deep-seated grudge that is there, not letting go. And they reply,
but
if you want these bones so badly, you must prove yourself truly worthy. A hunt? Bring me the chieftain's head. And you will have your pickings of the bone.
What do you have against the other tribe? Like, I realize you're enemies, but why?
You can ask them before they give their dying breaths. Ogalai Orcsbitter has spoken. Return with their chieftain's head. The trophies will be yours. Take the head of the dragon if you wish. A fitting prize. You hear the spirit of vengeance in your head.
Where would we find these Abernathies?
This seems like a vendetta. I can see vengeance when I see it.
Can you see the source of their hatred?
I cannot. But it seems they are firm in their resolve. Perhaps the other tribe will spin their own story.
And then the spirit falls back away from your mind. The others already seem to be, after hearing this Ogalai has spoken, the other warriors already begin filing away back into the cave, almost like that is such a final statement. There's not even any point hearing what comes next. They will just begin walking away. Several of them do stick by to sort of see you off, but other than that, it looks like that was it. Negotiations have ended. Very to the point.
It seems either way we have to fight the Goliaths for this.
Right. Well, I'd rather kill one than kill a whole clan.
That is true.
But if we kill one of the Akhenathi clan, will they all come chasing after us?
Probably. And aren't they also the ones that are associated with the polar bear is related to Ashanti?
I'll say there was also a look of recognition across some of the Goliath's faces when you mentioned the polar bear, actually. Like, these guys know what you're on about as well.
Just so I'm clear, now we're talking about trading people's lives.
I would rather not. I'm trying to see if there's any other way.
607. She said to bring the chieftain's head, but if he owns like the head of a orc or something, maybe we can bring that instead. She did not say that we had to bring his head that's attached to his body. So
Do you
I
think
think
these
we've got
people? Do you think the interpretation really was any head
No.
or the head of the chief dead?
I don't think we're
I
going to be able to get
I
away
don't
with
think we can
this.
get away with that. No.
You want to try? You want to try tricking these people? But just so I'm clear, we're talking about trading people's lives now. Gotcha.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I just I'm trying to figure a way out of this.
Seems
No,
that
no,
no
no.
matter what path we walk down, it seems that death is or lives are to be traded, but there must be another path. I'm just not seeing it yet. But we have
Oh,
no.
there's another path.
We're watching
Yes,
you.
of
They say.
course. And I'm watching you too, and aren't we just doing so well watching each other?
Well, then go act. Ogilai has given her word.
Yes.
I don't see him up to negotiation or I
No.
don't think
No.
there are bargaining or offering
The
of anything else.
Akhenathi is a sore subject.
But
What?
is
Maybe we can ask Akhenathi if there's anything we can talk to them and see if
Well,
I don't know. Maybe there's
is
something
you
else.
you seem to know a lot of information. Why are the Akhenathi your enemies?
They wronged us deeply.
and
Oh,
how did they wrong you?
They seem to like side in a gravelly sense, almost like they don't want to have to repeat this or even bring it up. But I'll say, give me a persuasion check to see if you can get through their stubbornness.
okay. I'll try, and I think I should try as well since we're both talking to him. Normal.
You can both try.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my gosh.
They begin.
Awful.
They repeat
Maybe you guys.
they almost repeat verbatim what the chieftain said, like echoing her words, saying, "Pried from their dying breaths, they know what they did. It needs no explanation."
Is it anything to do with a polar bear by any chance?
No, it does not. And they're never worthy. Never worthy of finding them. Oh, Yamanatok.
Sorry, what was that last bit? Is that the name of the chief?
No, that's the name of the polar bear.
The polar bear.
Oh, the
They
name
said
of
they're
the
not.
polar bear.
Yeah, they said they're not worthy of finding them.
Also,
Whatever that means.
Ashanti, did you mean to
what is-
roll
yeah.
perception rather than persuasion? I don't know if you've got a better bonus to persuasion.
Oh no, I thought didn't I roll persuasion? I sure didn't. Do you want me to re-roll that or just take that?
You got a 7. What's your persuasion?
My persuasion's a -2.
Oh,
So it'd be like an 8. Yeah.
So it would have been really
So
bad.
even
Yeah.
less. They just say, "Go take it up with your friends."
Should we go talk to the other tribe? I don't.
It seems we don't have a
607
choice.
is right. We're bargaining with lives again, and I don't say I can't say I like the way that feels. I mean, at least it's not children this time, but this is really just kind of haggling over.
And for clarification, it's the head of Arn Rockfist, Akhenathi.
Arn Rockfist.
I
Gotcha.
Think,
Okay.
I think I see the third option. It's difficult, but it's not trading lives. We can discuss it on the way. 607, you coming, or are you just staring at their cave?
He's squaring up at the the chieftain.
I'm waiting till you're done so I can have a quiet word.
Okay. All right. So you can.
Right.
What would you like to say, 607?
Just for clarification, when you say you want the head of the Akhenathi chief, you mean their actual head and them dead, right?
They nod.
Just making sure. Secondly, what is it between you and them? Just between you and me. They don't have to hear it.
Roll a persuasion check. 15. Not too bad.
Ooh.
Okay. They look over towards the rest of your allies. They seem to be out of earshot as you kind of like calling out to them. So she whispers almost under her breath, more like gritting her teeth as she says this. Many summers ago, the children of Wormdoom challenged the children of Sky Tower to a game of goat ball. During that game, the ball tumbled off of one of the griffins. It tumbled near one of the griffins of Sky Tower. When one of our children tried to fetch the ball, the griffin went berserk, grievously wounded her. That savage, squawking beast should have been put down. The game was of course called off, but it was hungry for more of my child's flesh. It had a taste for it. The griffin haunted Wormdoom for days. Our hunters were forced to kill it just to protect our child. We two clans, we've been opposed ever since. War
So
has
one
come
of
to our
their
people. Yes.
So just so I have it clear, there was a game between children. You were friendly at the time. The griffin from their tribe uh, attacked one of your children, and then continued to pursue, and you defended your home, and now you're at war with them.
Yes. You understand perfectly well.
Yes, I do.
Thank
Is
you.
there? I don't mean to seem to belittle the situation. So I say this with the utmost respect, both for you and for the Akalathi tribe. This seems like it's a simple matter, and that your two tribes would be stronger together if you were able to mend the relationship. Is there any possibility of that happening?
We do not need the Akhenathi. We have survived out here just as well. And
But you could do better.
it's clear that their griffins are a liability. They cannot be tamed. They are monsters. And given the
Well,
chance,
maybe you
they
seem
would
to be very, very comfortable here. You have the dragons here. You have other things. Maybe
dragon.
you could work together to. Well, you have the dragon bones out front. Is what I'm saying.
Yes, we dealt with that one.
Yeah, you killed dragons before. You've taken care of the other griffin. There's no way to train, to raise, to learn together and be better together.
I am not interested in working with that walking stillborn. No.
You do know that this way of thinking, both for you and for them, if they're of the same ilk, uh, will only lead to the destruction of one or both of your tribes. It doesn't help either one of you. You're so
Then
close together. You share so many of the similar traits. You were friends not that long ago.
things change.
Children playing games together.
The
Yes,
weather,
and
the weather has
things.
turned bitterly cold.
And what if the weather wasn't bitterly cold all the time?
There doesn't seem to be an end in sight of that.
Oh,
So
maybe there could be.
you praying for us to change, to offer some gesture of goodwill is like asking Oril to make it stop snowing.
I would never ask Oral to make it stop snowing. I would go and kill Oral myself.
You see, sort of laughs at this, but not in a condescending way. almost more in a like that's what I like to hear kind of way. You have guts, metal man. I hope you know that the only way you're getting those bones, if I see that head outside.
I understand if you're unwilling to change. I accept your decision, although I don't agree with it. I still think the two clans would be much better together, but that's not my place. I'll leave you in peace, and perhaps we can return with something to appease you. Maybe not the head, maybe something else, but we'll see what we can do.
We shall see.
Good day.
She sort of thumps her chest as a sort of a salute. And you see the other two stand at attention. Once you're at a distance, they all head inside.
As I get back towards close to Ashanti, I'm just going to whisper under their breath. See, everybody up here is stubborn. They're not willing to change to make things better for themselves. I keep going.
All right. Once again, scene change. I'm going to drag you over to Sky Tower Shelter. Okay, and the travel again, not too difficult. This, as 607 says, they are so close together. Once upon a time, you imagine these would just be good neighbors, good friends. But no. The weather has turned bitterly cold, as have their hearts. Now, as you approach Sky Tower, is there a different side of this story? Find out. Okay.
It smells like an episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yep.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Okay.
All over a children's game.
Yeah.
Well, it started as a
as
children's game.
As soon as they mentioned there was a children's game, I'm like, it's that episode. I'm trying to find a gif of it.
It's not hard to find Sky Tower Shelter. Griffins circle above you, shrieking throughout your entire approach. They descend until they're perhaps a few hundred feet away, but come no closer. They're trained. They know they're waiting for a signal, perhaps. At the entranceway is a 10-foot tall barricade made of wood and stone, set with a crude gate made of thick lumber and festooned with metal blades. Gaps in the gate allow you to actually see through, and there is already, standing ready, like they could see you from a mile away, an unusually tall figure in hide armor, standing perhaps 10 feet behind it, and clutching a great axe. And beyond this figure is another higher ledge with 5 equally towering figures standing atop it as well. And perhaps as you've been working your way up here, I'm just going to backtrack you. There's these switchbacks that kind of lead all the way up. And whilst these griffins have been circling around you, you can see there is these high perches, almost like above the clouds at this point. You can see some Goliaths on these like side openings where the cave kind of opens up out into the open, but it's just like a sheer drop at that point. And there is one Goliath. They kind of sat down, resting perhaps, and you see something small and feathery next to them. It's so far away at this point, but there is seemingly like this frustration or perhaps confusion between the two. And one moment later, they're sitting there, and the next, you suddenly see a kind of a flapping, a rapid flapping, and then suddenly like a burst of speed as something jumps from the side of this cliff, and you can see it winding its way down towards you, far closer than the other griffins that are trained and keeping their distance. This one seems to be almost spiraling out of control. You can see a trail of little, what are they called? Like the fluffy feathers, which like the first plumage. The baby feathers are basically flying off as you see this, and it seems to be like taking a spiral, like a sad paper aeroplane beginning to take its descent towards the ground, and it's heading straight for you guys.
Geist is going to quickly grab his bedroll, chuck one half to Ashanti, and see if we can use it like a net to catch this falling thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm. Is it falling or diving?
Well,
it's falling
it's
with style.
yeah. It seemed to be like spiraling, feathers trailing and stuff. So I assumed it was falling.
There is an absolute look of concern coming from the Goliath, who's like now stood up on their feet, and they're like waving their hands, almost trying to get them to come back. And then you hear this blast of a high-pitched whistle, and you can see this tiny baby griffin is trying their best to rewrite themselves, but they are not quite got the flight down. you bring out your bedroll. You're trying to catch it.
Let's do it.
Yep.
Give me a dex check to see if you can quickly catch this baby griffin.
Just a straight dex check.
Yes.
Yeah. No dice.
Oh
Guidance.
No. Oh no.
There's no guidance here, we're not.
Not like this.
No, 8 and 9.
11.
That's a win, right?
Oh, it's
8
Ashanti
and 9
also.
on 11 and a 6.
I guess Ashanti's trying to make their own jump at the bird to try and catch them, right?
Well, it was more like throwing out
it was at the other end of the tarp.
Yeah, we were throwing out the bedroll. It's almost like a landing net, like you do, like what firemen do
in cartoons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think real firemen do this, but cartoon firemen do.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that in like live fireman stuff. Like they hold that like a tarp.
This poor baby griffin
jumping from a building
circles down towards you, but on its approach, it seems to sort of nosedive a bit before it gets to the cliff. And as you try to reach out and catch it, doesn't quite catch the poor bird. And you hear this horrible, almighty whack, like a real loud clap as something just splats into the side of the bridge that you're on. And you fear for the worst as you all lean over and look down to see that this baby griffin has fallen probably dozens and dozens of feet and just like hit it with almost like full force when it was nosediving, right? You can see it. It's there. It's twitching.
Geist is gonna head down to it.
I'm gonna head down and cast Healing Word.
Healing Word. Okay. The baby griffin suddenly springs back up, and you can see its feathers are all messed up and just disheveled, and you see a little crack in its beak from where it like slammed into the rock. But suddenly that crack disappears as your Healing Word mends the poor baby griffin, and it looks up all scared and flustered.
Geist will try to calm it down.
It's okay, buddy. Hey, buddy. You're alright.
We'll try to calm it down.
We'll get you up. It's okay.
What if you want to give me an animal handling check then?
I've got +3 to that. I don't know if anyone's got any better.
I've got +2. Yeah.
It's like 60 feet below you somewhere, but you can maybe try to help it up as well.
I have a +3 as well.
15.
Okay. Yeah, Geist, you seem to.
Never mind. Geist is doing well.
What do you do to calm the griffin down?
I'm going to offer it some food, I guess, and just I guess just try to go down there as best I can, I guess.
You want to climb down?
Well, what I'll do is I'll get I'll pass a rope to Ashanti, I guess, and try to climb my way down on the rope.
Okay. With not too much
I'll
difficult
find some
then.
rocks, sit down and brace my feet
Yeah,
so that I'm braced against something.
you got it. You brace yourself, lower down like abseil towards the baby bird. It doesn't fly away or get flustered thanks to your 15. You managed to offer it some food, and rather it flying, it just pecks and pecks at your palm until you're comfortable enough to pick the griffin up and carry it slowly back up to the top.
Yep.
All the while, you see that this Goliath behind the wall of spikes has been pacing back and forth, keeping an eye on you during this.
Oh.
Now, is this the size of a chicken or ostrich, or I mean, how big is this griffin?
Oh, here's some art of flight training. Gotta remember what it's called. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so don't worry about the name. Just that's the kind of thing you saw right up on the ledge, and that's the baby griffin that's just.
Yeah. Yeah. So Geist will climb back up with it. Beck and Labris to follow him and head to the spiked gate with the griffin.
You got it. Oh crap! There's someone else here. You see that the the female Goliath at the very top, they've pulled back their hood, and you see this big mess of white hair, and they seem to pull away from the ledge. Obviously, they've seen you pick it up. They must be rushing around to try and meet you at the front. So you get to the front. Sure enough, there's a Goliath on the other side, and they say, damn. Flight school isn't going too well, it seems.
Oh, sometimes some are later bloomers than others but that's the same for people and animals. Probably just needs a little bit longer.
As kind a deed as you've done here, we're not kindly accepting outsiders.
Well, some of your tribe probably know us. We competed with them in some events, and I hold up the trophy again.
And that is an Akhenaten bone tooth necklace.
Yes, and this is me stretching my memory. I'm pretty sure that they said we could visit at some point.
Not too long after he says that, you see several hunters come down. They say, "Ha ha ha! It's the second best hunters. How are you?"
Well, second best. I mean, we matched you, so if we're the second best, so are you.
Good to see you are in high spirits. Chieftain on Rockfist. These are competitors of ours. Is that so?
You're on Rockfist. You're actually the person that I've, or that we've come to speak to.
One way of putting it.
Is that so?
Yes. As your hunters might realize, we're short one dwarf at the moment. And it's in regards to that we've come to speak to you. And...
Oh, no. The dwarf? He was the one you see the guy bring forth the trophy that he gave to him. I think it was a Velociraptor skull. He gave me this. May the spirits rest his soul.
Currently... is it possible for us to come in and discuss this rather than speaking for a gate, or...?
Of course. And that baby griffin is in need of shelter.
Yes, exactly.
But as you see the doors and the gates open up, they say, "May I?" And you see the chieftain take the baby griffin.
I would give them the griffin.
He calls out and shouts like with a bellowing tone, Stormpicker! Get down here! And at the top of the stairs, you see a female Goliath. And I'd like them to introduce what they look like and who they are. What do...
Wait, your new character's name is Stonepecker?
Stormpicker.
Stormpicker. Okay, sorry.
What do they see at the top of the stairs?
Well, they see a relatively small Goliath, pale skin, a few like scars and markings on their face, long white hair with a few griffin feathers in, skull kind of like draped over one of their shoulders like a pauldron, leather armor. Doesn't look like the average Goliath, kind of on the shrimp side. Yeah, piercing blue eyes.
Some of the other Goliaths tease you as you go down, and they say, "You lost control of your griffin again? Gah! What is the hairy shrimp gonna do next? Try and take a jump themselves?"
You lost control of your mouth again?
All right. You had the chieftain. Get your ass down there.
Oh, fine. What's happened? What happened? Hey. What happened to Minerva? She was just flying.
She fell pretty badly.
Yes. We tried to reduce the impact, but we weren't quite in time.
I did a little bit of healing, so at least her beak isn't broken anymore.
Oh my goodness. Many thanks. Yeah. Can I take her, please?
She's all yours. Yeah. I mean, I'm not here to steal a griffin.
Minerva flaps their wings again, enough air to get onto your shoulder. They kind of wobble a little bit. They look dizzy, like drunk from the fall.
I just pet her on like a head.
Yeah, the soft, their little disheveled feathers are straightened out a bit as you pat them.
Oh. Anyway, hi. I'm Eve Stormpicker. I am a griffin tamer. Obviously, Minerva had a bit of a to-do, and did not stick that landing. Yeah, thank you for your aid and helping her.
You are most welcome. It's always a shame. Well, as I was saying to your chief here, some take a bit of longer to get to where they need to go, but they'll get there on their own time.
Yes.
Nothing else, she's learned a valuable lesson.
If you're going to hit the ground, try to hit somewhere soft.
Hi, it's nice to meet you. I'm Hulla. We've come from out west. We met some of your friends
Ashanti.
Earlier. This is Bits and 607.
And
that's Geist. And this is Faith.
Welcome to the Akhenathi Sky Tower shelter. Come, talk round the fire. It'll be warmer there. They lead you through the halls into this great cave. There are many runes carved across the walls here in reverence of ancestors long past. You can see several Goliaths are actually praying and offering some sort of reverence to an altar to your right. But it seems you aren't interrupting them as you gather around this fire.
Right.
Yeah.
So, our friend Barritomus fell in battle against a skeletal frost giant that we foolishly stood our ground against when perhaps we should have realized it was perhaps a bit out of our league, but we did bring it down in vengeance, is, according to some more devout religious people that we deal with, he's not dead, but his soul is frozen or something like that, but to unthaw that, we need an item of great power, and unfortunately...
Specifically, we need the bones of the white dragon.
And
I'm gonna
you guys
be
don't have a
absolutely
white
honest
dragon here. Huh.
A white dragon? No. But I know of who you speak.
Yes,
and we're going to be absolutely honest. They sent us here as assassins.
Well,
we are supposed to take your head back to them, because they say that you trained a griffin to attack their children during a children's game, and failed to control it after it killed.
I did not tell anybody that.
That's true.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry.
That's
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Retcon that.
We have heard from
they said
them.
you could tell us.
Yeah.
You could
As
tell
soon
us
as you say on
why.
assassins, he lets out a low grumbling sigh and just says, "Why am I not surprised?"
They said you could tell us.
You could tell us.
It is a tragic story. One that has filled our hearts with regret ever since. The tribes, we are at war now. They do not seem to have any forgiveness in their hearts, but they too have wronged us since.
What happened?
What happened?
Can you tell us?
Yes. Sit. I will tell. Sky Tower Shelter. We have been allies of Wormdoom for as long as I can remember. Our ancestors... Well... He actually looks towards Eve as he's saying this. We used to be competitors of one another, allies of one another, even lovers of one another. Again, he looks in towards Eve's direction. But many summers ago, the children of Sky Tower, we challenged the children of Wormdoom to a game of Goat Ball. One of the children of Wormdoom, angered at being knocked off her perch, she threw a tantrum and hurled a ball at one of our more younger griffins, struck it right in the head, cracked the beak, much like little Minerva here. And as a young adolescent griffin would do, it wounded her in return. The game was called off. Days later, hunters from Wormdoom, they climbed our mountain, slew the griffin in its own nest. A grave insult to the Sky Tower. We have been at war ever since.
Is there no way to find peace?
Peace? That is not a notion any of us had even considered to this point. The conflict has been messy.
How long ago was this?
Many summers.
Okay. And have you? Do you guys just ignore each other, or are you actively skirmishing, or is there raids, or
There
do you just not talk?
no one clan is foolish enough to attack the other on their home turf. We have fortifications, griffins, the height advantage, and we dare not delve into the caves of Wormdoom Crag, not knowing its inner turns. They are excellent weaponsmiths as well. But out in the field, out there on the tundra, that is where things have turned bloody. They see each other as much as they would a hostile threat, as much as a yeti would, attacking it on sight. Being of sight. No, never mind.
It seems foolish to continue to battle against your nearest neighbors when there is so much danger in the world as it is. I mean, yes, they wronged you, but your griffin wronged them. Both sides are at fault. To continually kill each other over this does not only dishonor to yourselves, but dishonor to those who have fallen and even your ancestors who were once united.
We understand. But Ogilai has no forgiveness in her cold heart.
Have you
No, the story you told is not...
Sorry,
the story you told is not so different. No, it's okay.
Go again. The story you told is not maybe the same as well, not quite the same as the one that they told us.
I think it was an accidental interruption there, by the way. I think he meant to do that. You know, Discord, internet, latency things. Look. I've tried to reason with Ogilai. She wants my head, you say, yes? Well, the only way this conflict ends is with my head on a spike, or with her cloak on this fire. She wants a bloody...
Want her dead?
She wants me dead. What am I to do? Lay down?
No, you said her cloak on the fire.
Yes. In other words, stripped of her mantle.
Depowered? Or removed from power, I guess? Not the chief anymore? Or outcast?
Of course.
Or do you actually want her dead?
I doubt she would give up her cloak without a fight. Yeah. You could always force her to surrender it. But... he shrugs. This is all needless. There wouldn't be any change. They would see the fall of their leader as a martyr or something else to spare their boiling blood. The conflict would continue. But
so she has to give up her position of power if she loses her cloak, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Not so much. I simply use it as a way of mirroring her request. If she's asked you to bring her my head, then you should bring her cloak to me.
Okay. So basically, this is a type of capture the flag. I don't know if you've ever played the game up here. It's played down in Corwin, and basically two teams try to hide something of importance, mostly a flag or a banner or a pennant, and the other team has to find it and get it back.
Oh,
So, would she give up her position if she was disgraced?
maybe. Perhaps. But, like I said, it might not bring around an end to the conflict. She would need to openly admit that the Thun Lokalaga are the ones in the wrong.
Well, what if maybe nobody's in the wrong? Maybe it was a young kid and a young griffin, and things just got out of hand, and what if it's nobody's fault? These things happen when you're playing. I mean, I don't know. Is there anything else that they would take as an offering instead of your head? I mean, you gotta.
They didn't
You gotta
seem to
have
in this
something to
case.
negotiate with.
They have always spat in the face of our peace offering. They have no interest.
What if you offered them? Is it?
Carving. Rock carvings. We are excellent rune carvers. These are no normal rocks. And they are sacred to our people. They embody their ancestors. He gestures towards them. Many of our warriors and hunters pray before they head out on a hunt. They are emboldened, blessed with the spirits of our ancestors. They can feel them guiding their every strike. We offered one, as we are aware.
What do you carve these out of? What bones are you using to carve these runes?
He kind of stands up and gestures towards one of them. This here, the Shrine of Mind and Spirit. And it's an 8-foot tall stone inscribed with runes in the middle of a 10-foot high cave. Nearby there's a chute as well, carved with footholds that kind of lead down. And he says, this is one of 2 sacred stones in Sky Tower shelter. The other is the Shrine of Strength and Honor. And it too, likewise, gift our warriors with physical strength and victory in combat and competition. Those runes are written in Dwarvish. Now, we offered one of these sacred stones, and they said that we had no honor, and that we are weak cowards, and that we have no right to honor our ancestors, that we disgrace them. They said that we should give over both stones, if they are giving over one, and denounce our clan entirely. They ask too much. You give them an inch, they will take a mile.
Have they ever tried to give you anything to make amends?
They think that we are the ones in the wrong. So why would they gift us?
But you don't think you're in the wrong, so when you're doing gifting. Correct?
Correct. But it's as your friend says, perhaps there is no one at fault. But they definitely killed our griffin. They killed our griffin out of spite.
According to their chief, the griffin kept harassing the children on their side, and they killed the griffin out of defense.
Lies.
That's lies.
Your story otherwise is the same. Essentially.
Speak, Eve.
It's lies. Griffins would never do that. They're kind-hearted birds. They would never harass another being.
This is what they're telling me.
The kid must have been provoked. There is no way that a griffin would harm another person.
But you said it was a young griffin, right? Maybe
regardless.
just a young griffin that didn't know the strength of its own beak?
Is it?
Just like the young child didn't realize it was doing, I think.
Do you?
Sometimes children don't know what they're doing is hurts other people.
Griffins, they're not incredibly strong at that age. So to be able to harm a child in such a way that has been described, it wouldn't happen. It literally would not happen.
You train your griffins for hunting, don't you?
Hunting small beasts.
Yes.
Not,
do you ever?
Not like.
Do you ever? Do you train them, like by offering them like pieces of meat, for example, in order to get them used to having those meat?
We normally train them by giving them small treats, incentives, mainly using the whistle to give them orders, make sure they're following orders and whatnot. But we don't give them people meat. There's a difference.
Yes, but my point is, in this case, based on what your own chieftain has said, in the tantrum, the child threw something and it hit the griffin and the griffin attacked. What if it got a taste?
What if the griffin thought it was being attacked?
Yes, and so...
And it was trying to defend itself.
Exactly.
As animals will do. This is not to say that the griffin's at fault.
No.
This is not to say that either side's at fault. This is to say that it's a misunderstanding and both sides seem to have dug their feet in and are unwilling to change. Of course, that's not necessarily new for 10 towns in this area.
No, but...
The only thing I can suggest is, yes, the griffin got provoked, but it was the child that provoked the griffin, and not the other way around.
Again, not putting the blame. It's things that happen. Things got heated during a game, and accidents were made.
Minerva gives an innocent little look up at you, confused as to what the people are talking about.
607, did they tell you the child was harmed or the child was killed?
They said the child was harmed, and then the griffin came to continually harass them when they returned, and in order to protect their child, they had to kill the griffin.
Do you...
What do they mean by harass?
Do you play with your griffins, like, you know, I don't know, particularly the larger ones, like maybe like a small amount of rough and tumble, or do they with like other griffins?
A little bit. Nothing like major, nothing that could cause significant damage to people.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, in this case, maybe the griffin kept like trying to circle and get to them because it wanted to play, and they took it the wrong way, and so they tried to protect their child because it had been harmed by it previously. I mean,
again, it sounds like it's all misunderstanding to me.
Yes, and to continue going to war and to kill each other over this, like, yes, someone got hurt. Yes, unfortunately, a griffin got killed. But deaths do happen. But to continue killing over this just seems, no offense, it seems stupid.
Can I ask, instead of talking about the argument, what would be the benefit if if you guys were to get along again. I mean, in this horrible winter, people need to stick together. And there's not a lot of that right now. If your tribes could stick together, you could be amongst the strongest factions in the valley.
Tell that to the Wormdoom. Tell that to the Thun Lokalaga.
I mean, right now, is it worth it to you to make peace?
I see no peace.
That's not what we're saying. If there was a possibility of peace, is that something that you would want?
He seems to be a bit lost in this. And as he kind of gazes to the fire, frustratedly trying to find an answer in its flickering light, he instead stands up, kind of paces back and forth, and he looks for guidance to the right, where there has been another Goliath sitting in the room this entire time. Very quiet compared to the chieftains. And let me tell you what they look like. So, near the back of this alcove, there's walls lined with hunting trophies, including the skulls and pelts of various mountain-dwelling creatures. And seated by the fire is a wizened Goliath with long white hair. There's a yeti fur coat draped over her stooped shoulders, and a tiger-sized feline with white fur that has been crouched down beside her. And you thought perhaps this was just like one of the trophies up till now, but you realize very much this is a real crag cat that has just been sat there, and it lets out a yawn as this conversation drones on. You can see its massive teeth gaping more, and then gets all comfortable again. And you see this other Goliath begin to kind of stroke the top of their head. And Arn Rockfist finally turns to them for guidance and says, Arad, Cloudstrider, what do you make of all this? And you can see the Goliath's hearing is sharp. They seem to listen intently, but as they turn towards you and kind of look at you for themselves for the first time, you see very clearly that there is a scar that runs along both of their eyes, like a horizontal slash, and it's very clear that from the way they're looking, they are blind and sightless. They've just been staring at the fire this whole time. Their eyes are kind of like grayed out, and she seems to nod for a moment and says, "These kind folk, they seem to have a great insight. They can perhaps see things clearer than most. Perhaps it does not matter. Perhaps who is right, who is wrong is irrelevant. Pointing fingers will get you nowhere, eh? There needs to be a way to move on. A way to forgive."
I have an idea, Elder.
Yes, young Eve.
I know you're not happy with the whole trial thing with the clan and the fact that I had to flee because I failed it last time. I have an idea of if I go back and I do the trial again, and if I pass this time, maybe it'll reunite the clans and there won't be any issues, and like we can get this resolved. like, you know, having one foot in each clan. It's the only solution I can really think of. And I want you guys to think that I'm strong enough now to do it.
Strength. Strength was never a question. You've always had heart and skill in equal measure. That has matched any other of our Goliath strength. You don't need to prove yourself to them. And you're thinking if they would ever let you in. I mean, that's... You know how stubborn your mother is.
And maybe I can convince her. She's so hard-headed. So maybe if I prove how strong I am and I can get through the crawl again, maybe she'll believe in me. I know, like, you guys believe in me.
What's this trial you're talking about? You're trying a test of some sort?
It's like a test, a coming-of-age test of strength. It's a big, long, like, cave-like crawl space. And you have to make it to the end, and I kind of got, like, not to the end, and I kind of passed out, and it was not fun.
Who's your mother?
My mother?
Yeah, you said maybe my mother would accept this. Who's your mother?
She's part of the other clan. She is a very, very stone-hearted woman. Yeah.
But question, were you the child involved in the story?
Yeah. You see, my
Right.
father is part of this clan. Mother is part of the not so friendly clan, as you've met. So
Ish.
she may have been part of the guards.
She's not the chief of that clan, is she?
I don't know at this moment. It's been a while. It has been a minute.
What's your mother's name?
You want me to just jump in here? I'll jump in. It is none other than Ogolai, Orc Splitter.
Of course.
Excuse me, Chris. As one of the half-orcs here, Orc Splitter is just, it's worrying me.
It's a little. It is a little.
I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know how Hulla feels about this, but Ashanti is not happy with that baby.
I'd say you're already split because you're already a half-orc. You're not splitter. So it's already done.
That's brilliant. Eve, you know that this is actually not her true name. Her true name is Stormpicker, but she uses that as a way of intimidating, and because it's the Stormpicker name is much more associated with Cloud Goliaths, which she doesn't seem to want to be a part of anymore. She's taken a much more, solid, stronger sounding name, but that's not her true ancestor. And she's taken that because she was trying to denounce her own heritage because she's got such a hatred for the for the Akhenathi tribe now.
I have an idea. This plan of yours, Eve, if I can just call you Eve, not the full name, seems like a good one. It's, as you say, getting a foot in both camps, but we could also use... What if, in order to more guarantee your chances, if you would accept it, chieftain, what if she was to take one of the runes as almost like I've taken this from them, or they've sent me this offering and I'm here to also prove my strength. So it's like an apology from you as well as her doing the trial. Two-pronged sort of thing. Also, I would be really interested in learning about your rune carving. I'm not sure if that's like a tribe secret or something, but I'd be really interested in that later if things go well.
I see. Earlier you said that this whole ordeal is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But as you can see, people's lives are at stake. It is no laughing matter.
Even when people's lives are at stake, it can still be a stupid reason to have people's lives at stake.
And nobody's laughing.
No.
Well then. It seems...
Actually, I'm specifically not laughing because it's a stupid reason to be at war within the tribe.
Then you are in Eve Stormpicker's capable hand. I will leave it up to you. You are the one full of great ideas. You should be heading this exchange. After all, I show my face anywhere, I'm more likely to get a javelin thrown at it.
Yes, they did have some very nice javelins.
You think you're up to the task, Stonepicker?
I can certainly try. I mean, you know how hard-headed she is. But I've got this!
Try to rise above it. Like a cloud. Alright, with that, he stands up, says, "You're welcome to stay here in Sky Tower Shelter. And Eve will show you around if you need anything else." He turns and gives a deep, reverent bow to the other elderly female Goliath. "Arad, rest well." It's a moment of hesitation, as if he wants to say something else. Almost like apologize for some unknowing, deep-seated thing, but his words don't find him, and he just begins to leave the cave. You just see the elderly Goliath sort of just rocking back and forth, slowly, stroking the head of this crag cat.
So, Eve, with this challenge, it's simply crawling through a space. I'm guessing quite a tight space, so you got claustrophobic or something?
Well, you kind of have these visions and stuff. So it's not just like a physical kind of trial. It's like facing your own demon, kind of that thing. Yeah.
A moment of self-reflection.
That one.
What if one of us did the trial as well?
I'm not sure that would be allowed.
They used to. They used to allow them.
Oh.
Before your time, I think. But
must have been.
They once allowed outsiders to take the challenge. Those who passed became honorary members of the tribe.
Well,
all right. We have a plan then.
I've passed one coming of age trial before. I don't see why I couldn't try to pass another. I'm not sure if anyone else wants to try as well. 607, you seemed interested.
Oh no, this was definitely more for you because you seemed like you're the type to do it, or maybe Ashanti. But I'll sit out. I don't have any interest in joining either one tribe.
That is fair.
I am
So,
definitely interested. Am I muted?
no?
No. No, you're not
Hmm.
muted.
Well, maybe.
Yes.
How about you, Hulla
I
or
would love
Faith?
to do that.
Oh, Faith is very, very quiet at the back there. Yeah, I'm up for anything. Although, did you say that you
I'm
used
not.
to? Yes.
Ashanti, what did you want to say?
I'm not sure we should risk Faith in this way.
Hmm?
Faith, I don't mean to take away your agency or your sense of pride or your sense of personhood, but you are our best healer. And if Geist and I have to limp out of there, you may be our best bet for getting back on our feet in a
Oh,
reasonable amount of time.
yeah, right. You can see that during this whole time, Faith has actually been staring at the old blind Goliath. Almost like not rudely, but like it's almost getting to that point. Of course, she can't see her staring, but yeah, she just has been looking with a kind of a look of concern as well during that whole time. Yeah, right. She kind of snaps back to the conversation. Sure, I'll sit it out. I mean, I've got enough on my plate as it is. Only Oriel knows what kind of trial she would do.
Wow.
You can keep me company on the sidelines.
Yeah, sure. Hello?
I might join you guys there. I've got quite a few demons, and I'm not really sure I'm up to facing them just yet. And as long as we have 2 people, that should be enough, right? One of them should get through. And
I
Eve, of
agree,
course.
Hulla. And we need people on the outside who can get us out if we've gotten ourselves in too deep.
Yep.
I mean, out of here and it to safety.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So
I was gonna say I might be a little bit too big to squeeze in after you.
no, I
mean,
mean, get the group to safety if
yeah.
something goes
Well,
very wrong with this.
me and Faith and 607 and Bits will definitely help you out. But I think you guys are really brave for trying it. I think it sounds really scary. So
This will be a story to tell Will Savaloy and the guys back at the caravan. Oh, this will be an amazing story. Come back and tell them they may be heroes, but I'm a Goliath hero.
that's
Yeah, and you
actually
also
a pretty
get,
good reason.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You also get to prove yourself against someone called Orc Splitzer, and that just seems like an additional bonus to the story.
That's true.
You are absolutely
Yeah,
right
show
about
that racist prejudice what for.
Hmm.
Yeah, probably the old female Goliath just sort of chuckling in the background.
Yeah. I guess we should rest up and make sure we're fully fighting fit, and then head back in the morning to speak with them and see what we can do. Do whatever mental preparations we can.
Eve, would you mind helping me in my bed?
Yes, of course, I'll
You see Harad Cloudstrider slowly being escorted to their bed, and make sure Fluffy gets some food.
I will do.
Are we allowed to pet Fluffy?
Yes. Although, at your own risk.
Understood.
I'm just kidding.
How is Bitch reacting to the giant crag cat?
Terrified. I was like, Bits just saw one of these things tear into Hulla.
Yes, Bits is probably very wary, but it's been a really busy day. So poor baby's probably tired.
Yeah.
Sure. What did you say the
Alright.
two shrine rooms were called? There was like strength and power, and then what was the other
Spirit
one?
and mind, and strength and honor.
Well, both seem interesting. I'm trying to think which one feels more geisty.
Okay.
Well, considering he's currently possessed by a ghost and not in full control of his mind, I think he's going to go investigate the spirit of mind one and just perhaps, see if he can connect to it, essentially.
Okay. So, yeah, you enter into the Shrine of Mind and Spirit, and you can see the rune stones engraved on the side are of immaculate quality. This is a mastercraft someone has spent their entire life dedicated to perfecting. And you can see there's a lot of scriptures written in Dwarvish in here, like the runes are Dwarven. Do you speak Dwarven?
I do.
The Dwarven scripture tells of a story about the vision and leadership found among the great predator birds of Icewindale. Both rocks, griffins, even what they called. I believe there is peritons as well in this campaign. More peritons, and you can read a great deal about these the spirits of these birds, how their wings almost represent freedom and like an apex predator. But you feel yourself almost, as you're reading these, almost feel yourself like lifting up your mind, almost floating away on a cloud as well as you kind of drift up. How long do you spend meditating or communing?
I mean, what sort of time of day is it? Because is it like nearing long rest time, or?
Yeah, probably about then, yeah.
Because a long rest only has to be like 6 hours of sleep and like 2 hours of light activity, right?
Yeah.
I'll probably spend the 2 hours of light activity and then go rest. In fact, what I might do is an hour in one and an hour in the other, actually.
Okay. So, mechanically, you are actually gifted a something here, but fluff-wise, you are meditating, communing, and tapping into these ancestors that revered these predator birds, and sure enough, you feel your mind clear of worry, of doubt, the worries you have, and the concerns of what's lurking inside you are almost swept away with this unseen wind, knowing that you will one day soar free of this burden, that things will naturally find a way. And as you do this, you gain a clear mind of mind and spirit. Once, within the next 24 hours, you can use a d6 and roll it to add it to any wisdom or charisma check you make. And,
okay. Does that include saves or just straight checks?
One wisdom or charisma check it makes. So yeah, just say check. But okay. I mean, I could extend it to be a saving throw, but that's pretty powerful. But yeah, it does last for 24 hours. But okay. So you can always
it's a one-time use thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can always come back here if once the die is lost. You can come back within a number of days and then restore that. So
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll come back to the other shrine in a minute. Is there anything anyone else wants to do in Sky Shelter Temple before we wrap up?
Well,
do you want to... No, I
Base is going to the one temple. I was gonna see about going to the other temple, but
if 607 is going to the other one, Geist will just stay in this one, and because he can find out what 607 learned from the other one, hopefully the next day. So Geist is just trying to learn about other cultures and hopefully grow from it. So,
do you speak Dwarven as well? 607? No problem. Not. If not, you can actually find Chieftain Arn Rockfist in here. He seems to be praying for the strength to overcome this coming ordeal, and he sees you, and it's quieter in here. I can.
It's a nice.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna say it's a nice little room here.
It is where we try to honor our ancestors. I only hope that I can live up to their greatness. Right now, I feel like I've failed them.
No. Biggest way you can honor them is to restore relations with the other tribe. Just my thought, anyway. I did have a chat with their chief briefly on our own. She's very steadfast in her ways.
He nods knowingly.
Very stubborn. I'm glad that you seem more open to the possibility of reuniting, or at least finding some sort of peace, because I did not get that impression from her.
I am exhausted. I feel like a sail without the wind.
Why is she so mad at you?
There is another story, but maybe
I seem to have time.
Maybe Eve can tell you. It involves her. She is her daughter. Indeed.
Yes, learning that made me curious why she particularly wants your head to be returned. Just the head, not the body. So she's particularly upset with you for one reason. Is it because Eve is here and not with the other tribe? Not with her mother?
That is part of it. Yeah. She chose Sky Tower over Wormdoom. And this has been a sore subject even before the Griffin. Perhaps it was a catalyst in all of this.
Maybe.
But I only hope
Maybe
that...
there's... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I hope that Eve becomes the bridge between our people, rather than the rift.
I was just about to say the same thing, but maybe I was thinking you and your ex could be a bridge.
Perhaps.
I'm not saying you have to reunite in a romantic way, but there once was something there, and perhaps a mutual understanding or a friendship could be still gained. Seen too many towns up here that are unwilling to change, unwilling to adapt, unwilling to do anything but power and fear.
You are also wise to avoid this little trial of theirs. It is nothing helpful, I will say that. The Goliaths you go through there, it's just traumatic.
I've already faced many demons, I know them well.
Well then, you know nothing good comes of it. Please don't indulge them in this trial of theirs. It'll only further their fanatical beliefs, I suppose.
I'll tell you what I told the other side. The winter's not helping you. I think it's a large part of it what's causing tension ongoing, resources being low, numbers dwindling. Seems to be the case in the 10 towns.
We Goliaths put on a...
to... No?
We put on a brave show. Sorry, go on. There you go.
Okay. I don't intend to negotiate with Oral. I intend to stop Oral when I can, when we can, if we can. Get rid of the endless winter. bring back seasons, bring back vegetation, and see how that changes things. If it's enough.
You remind me of the heroes inscribed on this stone. They too.
I'm not a hero.
Well, maybe not heroes, but they certainly found honor in their feats of strength and their deeds. You seem to claim that you will stop Oriel. If you do, we will carve a rune in your name here and tell the story for generations.
I'm not worthy of a stone in here. Like I said, I'm not a hero. I'm not honorable. I'm not going to stop Oral because it's the right thing to do.
You are a hunter, simply hunting its prey.
Perhaps that's one way of putting it. But my prey is not necessarily one thing or one person. Much more abstract, I think.
Well, that is certainly an ambition. Killing a god sounds like you're drunk, right?
Well,
But I suppose there's no glory for a griffin that slays a mouse. So
no, that doesn't get your name on in this hall, huh? No. I like you. More so than most of the leaders that we've come across. I hope you're around to the end.
If I can stay awake that long. He stretches out his muscular form and stands back up. Have a good night, God Slayer.
You as well. Not yet. Have a good night.
God Hunter. All right, there you go. And if you do these bold claims of hunting Oriel down is it's actually almost a way of praying at this runestone in a sense, seeking the challenge of hunting down Oriel grants you the benefit of the runestone here. You gain a d6 once within the next 24 hours. You can add it to any roll of a strength check or weapon attack roll you make. So, yeah. You can always.
I haven't used a single weapon attack roll yet.
No, I didn't think this would be it. But hey, you can always try and pray at the other one, see if that's even more your thing. But yeah, it's only for 24 hours.
And
but...
just okay, maybe we'll climb something that I need help with.
There you go. Cool. Awesome. All right.
Yeah.
Anything else, Eve? Did you want to give the others a little tour around here, or lay out any plans for what you wanted them to do?
May I?
Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, if we're gonna develop plans, we may need more time, and we might want to do that at the beginning of next session.
Sure.
Because I think we're really gonna have to talk about what we're doing, how we're doing it, when we're gonna do it, and everything.
Good point. So okay then. Aside from the plans, what else would you want to do with your new visitors?
I would like to pray to a rune for some strength.
Strength? Alrighty.
Yeah.
You can always visit the Shrine of Strength and Honor.
Yes, I will do that, I think.
No worries. What kind of pray? Ashanti?
I'm sorry. Go, Eve. I apologize.
I'd just like to pray for some strength to prove everyone wrong. I can come back and I can face all the demons and get this trial out of the way. And then everything will be good, you know? 2 clans, no more fighting.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Pray for some height, hairy shrimp. You hear from the common room.
Damn nickname. I didn't choose to be born this short.
Word up. I hear that.
Awesome. Maybe you'll take a little stop at the Shrine of Strength. But yeah, you can also gain a d6 within the next 24 hours added to strength checks or weapon attack rolls. And if you wanted to follow them as well, Hulla and Ashanti, and you can.
I'm gonna
Oh,
be
no.
in the Hall of Honor and whatever the impact
Yeah.
that this was going on to. I'm not leaving for a while.
Okay, gotcha.
But
So it's
But
it's
just,
Go ahead.
much to Bit's utter disgust, Ashanti's going around going, here, kitty, 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 kitty.
So you're disturbing the crag
I'm
cat.
trying to.
That's great.
Well, yes, I killed one and I told it that I was so sorry that I did that. And I, would love to have met it in real life. And,
Okay,
and,
give me
and
the
suddenly one appeared. So I'm going to go play with the cat.
give me an
It's,
animal
it's going to
handling
suck.
check, and we'll see if it can smell the
Okay.
blood of crag cats on your weapon.
Oh, I would have cleaned my weapon. Now that
Just teasing. I'm just
absolutely
teasing.
is, you can say maybe you can smell the pelt, but
Which you did give over to Tali, so in exchange
mhm,
for borrowing the axe beak. So it smells you,
right.
and does seem as though this crag cat is much more of a house cat than a wild one. Though it doesn't look any less dangerous. Its claws are massive. Its paws are
Aw,
weighty as
they're so cute.
they like paw against you, and like it kind of goes up on its hind legs, like pushes against you. You feel the tremendous weight against your chest, and all it's doing is really like leaning on you, and you're like, ugh, like almost buckling under the weight. But the fact that you can stand and withstand that, the cat seems to endear to you, and almost kind of like
Yes, you like your ear scratched. I know. You are so
licks your
cute.
chin.
Mhm.
You can feel its bristly, cold whiskers. Actually, they'd be warm and near the fire.
So
Yeah,
I'm not gonna chase after anything. D6s, I'm playing with the cat. So
awesome.
yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hand over like a stick with like a piece of string and a feather, like a griffin feather, over to Ashanti to like play with the cat.
The little
Thank you, Eve.
griffin
Thank you,
fella.
thank you, thank you. I
He
love
really
it.
likes this.
Thank you, Eve. I really appreciate it.
That's okay.
That's brilliant. I'll have to edit out one feather from your hair. No, just kidding. And finally, Hala, what would you like to do with your
Yeah, so the two caves are strength and honor,
strength and honor
basically. Strength
or
and honor.
shrine of spirit, mind and spirit?
Mind and spirit is the one I want to go to.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
There's also the Griffin Airy, which I'm sure Eve will show you in the morning maybe. But yeah, if you go over there, you'll find Geist is still here praying silently, or meditating rather maybe.
And I'm gonna meditate to Hades and just think about. Yeah, we almost traded in lives again. I almost traded somebody's head for some old bones. It's not falling into the old ways again. Hades, Persephone, and Cerberus, help me to stay on the path of honorable life and righteous death. This is all a lot more than I thought than I'm ready for. I mean, in every fight we've had, I'm just barely hanging on. I almost died, and people keep having to save me. And my healing is really not being as useful as I thought. And I really thought that I could make a difference here. But things are just bad everywhere, and we're fighting a god, and please just help me find the strength to keep going. I know this is right. I know I'm supposed to be here doing something. I just don't know if this is enough. I thank you for giving Danica Greysteel the spell to bring back Barritomus. And I pray that you'll find it in your wisdom to bring him back. To find that his death was not just. And just death is all that anyone can ask for. And his wasn't. So we do need to do whatever we can to bring it back. But I hope this was the right decision to come here, to leave those kids behind, to bring faith with us. This is... I pray for your guidance. Thank you, Amen. And she'll kind of walk out and leave Geist on his own there.
And I think that is a perfect wrap to our session, as we've all offered prayers to our gods or stroked cat, whichever.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that was a good session, guys. Sorry I couldn't get you in earlier.
Sorry, Jamey.
Yeah.
It's
Jeez.
okay.
I'm just gonna close off the session. So
No
we'll see you all again next week, I believe. If not, we'll probably put some announcement up. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.